Chapter 2178. From the very beginning, she was not helping her. From the very beginning, she was colluding with Yi Qian to harm her. She and Yi Qian clearly knew each other, but pretended not to know each other. So cruel, so cruel. All of them wanted to harm her. All of them wanted to harm her. Who sent the videotape? Was it Du Jai? Was it her? It was her. It had to be her. Only she had the ability. France was so far away, Yi Qian could not have reached there. Only that bitch Du Jai had the ability to get it. With her mouth gagged and her tongue blocked, Ying could not say anything to vent her anger. All she could say was a string of muffled sounds. Du Jai, who was being glared at, curled her lips into a contemptuous sneer. In the blink of an eye, she adjusted her smile and took out a small handkerchief from her pocket to gently wipe away the tears on Yi Ying's face. She said worriedly, Ying, don't make a fuss now. If you continue, my mother will only get angrier. You said you were framed. Let's talk about it later. What's there to be angry about? Being angry will only make things worse. Do you understand? My father said to go back to the military academy first, not to the Beijing political group. You should calm down before you go back to the military academy and think about how to face this. Think about who is trying to frame you. Sai, I'm worried about you. How did things become so bad all of a sudden? Save your energy. It's better to sit in the car than to stand in the cold wind and let the passers-by see you. At this moment, Yi Ying could not hear anything. In her eyes, there was only Du Jai's hypocritical face. She was even more detestable and hateful than Yi Qian. The guards did not let Yi Ying stay any longer. They quickly escorted her into the car. Behind her, Du Jai watched as Yi Ying was carried away. The smile in her eyes and at the corner of her mouth remained unchanged. Her cold and indifferent voice was blown away by the cold wind. You only have yourself to blame. Who else can you blame? Yi Ying, open your eyes wide and see if the daughter of a small bureau chief like you can climb into our Du family's prestigious family. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on the two figures standing face to face with the deputy chief of staff. She knew Yi Qian, but she didn't know the man standing beside her. Du Jai wanted to go closer to see who it was, but the deputy chief of staff Du had already asked two people to take Commander-in-Chief Xia's guards away. She had no time to see clearly, so she had to help the angry Mrs. Li into the car first. I finally managed to get the Commander-in-Chief to leave. Why are you here again? Yi Qian, who was sitting in the back of the car, said coldly. I told you to rest well. Why didn't you take it to heart? Why did the guards who were guarding you let you do whatever you wanted? Compared to his current situation, Yi Qian was more worried about Xia Jinyuan's health. Xia Jinyuan was the opposite. He was more worried about whether Yi Jian would be at a disadvantage. His handsome face was a little gloomy. He held Yi Jian's right hand and looked straight ahead. He said calmly, It's nothing. You know about my injury. But what about you, little fox? Have you ever thought of telling me anything? If Dad didn't call me little fox, I would still be lying in bed like a fool waiting for you to come over. As for what happened outside, if you don't tell me, I won't know anything. I'm a little angry now. Are you sure you want to continue? Yi Qian was dumbfounded. When she saw him angry during training, she could still face it calmly. But in real life, it was the first time she had seen Captain Xia angry. What should she do now? Chapter 2179. He was a little angry, and she was a little angry too. I have to continue. You're angry, and I'm angry too. Having said that, Yi Qian lost a little of her confidence. Especially when she thought about what Principal Chan had told her. Yi Qian felt even more guilty. Headmaster Chan said that she shouldn't think that she could solve her problem alone. She shouldn't keep it to herself and not tell Captain Xia. He didn't want trouble, but based on their relationship, wasn't this a form of alienation towards each other? Realizing the root of the problem, Yi Qian thought about it and explained softly. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just that I didn't have time to. The Commander-in-Chief and I planned to come to the hospital after the performance, but we didn't expect to meet Yi Ying and then Mrs. Li. The situation was a little chaotic at the time. Seeing that Mrs. Li was there, I wanted to cut off the relationship between Yi Ying and the Du family, and ask the commander-in-chief to return to the military academy first. I just wanted to clean up my personal affairs with Yi Ying. I really didn't mean anything else, and I never intended to hide it from you. It was just that she was used to dealing with it alone and shouldering it alone. Yi Qian didn't say this out loud. Is it okay to only think about yourself every time you deal with something? Xia Jinyuan turned to look at her. When he saw the caution in Yi Qian's eyes, his heart suddenly ached. At the same time, a nameless fire rose in him, and he almost couldn't suppress it. Did he need her to be so careful? He held her hand a little too tightly. Suppressing the nameless fire, he stared at Yi Qian and asked her, "Little fox, what kind of place am I in your heart? I'm just a little emotional right now. Do you need to be so careful? I'm even angrier than before." Yi Qian felt a lump in his chest. His heart ached. He blinked lightly and said, "I'm really afraid that you'll be angry. I'm afraid that I didn't do well, that I did something wrong, that something went wrong. Don't be angry, okay?" Xia Jinyuan knew that he could no longer maintain his composure. Just a second ago, her wear made his heart ache, and the next second, she suddenly acted coquettishly. Nameless Hua versus coquettishly. Nameless Hua was defeated. Let's put our matter aside for now. I'll deal with you later. Major Xia, who couldn't hold it in any longer, turned his head expressionlessly. If she continued to act coquettishly with him, he would definitely raise the white flag with both hands and surrender. Yi Qian was still waiting for him to tell her the reason for his anger. He had already mentally prepared himself. Now that he had said, "I'll deal with you later," he dismissed her. Fine, he didn't have to deal with her later. He would bring it up himself. Sometimes, habits were really scary. Principal Chun reminded herself that she must talk to Captain Xia more about her matters. She shouldn't be so self-righteous as to think that she could solve it by herself. She remembered that, but if something really happened, she would have to deal with it herself. Yi Qian, who didn't want to let these things affect their relationship, gently stroked the back of his hand. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the angry Xia Jinyuan sigh and say, "I'm sorry. I lost my composure just now. You saw the wife of the Deputy Chief of Staff do just now. She's quite a powerful person. Her methods, character, and way of doing things are all first class. If she takes her anger out on you, little fox, even if she only says one sentence about you, my heart will ache." How could he accept that an outsider scolded the person he cherished so dearly? Chapter 2180. I'm really angry, and I'm not lying. I wouldn't mind if I wasn't in the country, but now that I'm in the country, why would I want to face and deal with it alone? You asked my dad to leave first, and I can't blame you. After all, with his status, it's not convenient for him to deal with your private matters. But I'm different. Even if our relationship can't be made public, I can help you as a comrade and senior. Don't forget, I was sent to Fujian town for half a year. Even if Madame Li and the Deputy Chief of Staff do investigate, they won't find out that we're lovers. I understand your concern, but do you understand my concern? The security guard driving and the security guard sitting in the front passenger seat were both sent by Commander-in-Chief Xia, so they didn't have to worry about the contents of their conversation being leaked out. Yi Qian opened his heart with ease and answered seriously, "I understand. It's because I understand that I know where I'm wrong. Uncle Chun once told me that you and I can't separate your matters from mine, and you also told me that I should think of you first when I'm in trouble, and not subconsciously think that I can solve it." His girlfriend's attitude was so good that Major Xia, who had a long speech in his mind and was about to settle the score, didn't even have a chance to say it. Their eyes met, and in the end, Major Xia was defeated. He sighed helplessly and raised his hand to pinch her cheek affectionately. "It's understandable that you couldn't inform me immediately, but when I came over, you actually wanted to push me away. Little fox, I was already angry at that time. Seeing that you're good at admitting your mistakes and also know where you're wrong, I'll forgive you for now, but there won't be a next time." Yi Qian couldn't help but sigh softly and immediately said, "There definitely won't be a next time. In the future, as long as I can contact you, I'll tell you everything about me, so you don't have to worry. The two of them were too far apart, and he was often out of the country, so he couldn't contact her all the time. He really wanted to know how the person he loved was doing, and he also wanted the person he loved to take the initiative to tell him instead of asking him to find out through other means. If she wanted to know how the person she loved was doing, she would have to find out through other means. Xia Jinyuan held her hands in his palms, gazed at her affectionately, and said solemnly, "We can have a certain amount of privacy between us, but we can't divulge the secrets of our jobs. Also, we must tell each other about the difficulties we face in life. You and I can't be too distant. This will make me feel insecure and uneasy." He, too, would be worried about his lover, and would be uneasy about what she had done. After telling her the reason for his anger, the two of them communicated with each other. When they arrived at the military headquarters, both of them had smiles on their faces, and there was a faint sweetness flowing through them. When they opened the door and got out of the car, the two of them, who had been flirting with each other just a moment ago, suddenly had cold and sharp gazes. Their military aura was so intimidating that Du Jiai, who was supporting Madame Li, was shocked. So he was Xia Jinyuan, Aunt Zhao's son. In the past, Xia Jinyuan was a typical dandy in the capital. He was so arrogant that no one dared to provoke him, and he was a proper prince who could do whatever he wanted. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, she didn't expect him to have changed so much that she couldn't recognize him. He was no longer as arrogant as he used to be, and even his temperament had changed greatly. He was as sharp as a sword, and people couldn't help but feel a chill. Chapter 2181. Ever since Xia Jinyuan changed overnight, he had basically disappeared from the capital. Even the aristocratic families who were close to the family Xia rarely knew about him, let alone the Li family. Du Jiai was shocked by Xia Jinyuan's great change, and Mrs. Li was also quite surprised. She had seen Xia Jinyuan before the new year, but he was not wearing a military uniform. He was tall and had a temperament, but she did not see him clearly because the light in the courtyard was not very bright at that time. Now that she saw him again, she felt that he was a different person. "Mom, is he really Xia Jinyuan? Aunt Zhao's son? Isn't he the other son of the commander-in-chief?" Du Jiai still could not believe it. She frowned and looked carefully for a while, then shook her head in disbelief. "He's not like before at all. I've seen him a few times before. He was very naughty and cynical, but he didn't have the temperament he has now. He was as sharp as a cold sword and as majestic as a pine tree. Just by looking at his back, she felt that he could not be Xia Jinyuan. In her memory, Xia Jinyuan was a typical playboy. He was good at fighting and everything. Later, for some reason, she gradually lost contact with him. At that time, he seemed to be in his first or third year of high school. The last time she heard news was when Aunt Xiao called her mother from abroad and told her that her son had been admitted to the National University of Science and Technology. Her mother said congratulations, and then hung up the phone. She asked her father how Xia Jinyuan, a playboy who fought and caused trouble everywhere, could be admitted to the military academy. Old Du casually replied, "How did you get in?" "That's how he got in. He was admitted to the National University of Science and Technology with one layer of connections. No matter what, he was still a wastrel who relied on his family to make a living." Last year, Aunt Xiao asked her father to inquire about Xia Jinyuan's whereabouts. She wanted to see where her son, who was a military officer after graduation, was assigned to. Her father checked and told her that Xia Jinyuan went to a military station in the border area. He asked her, who happened to be there, to pass a message and see if he could write a letter to Aunt Xiao. She even asked several military depots, but there was no news about Xia Jinyuan. A cadet who had no information about him in the officer system meant that he had studied for 4 years but had not managed to get a position. Perhaps he had committed some sort of mistake and was no longer in the system. Big Brother also said that a hedonistic son of a rich family could not have any future. If it wasn't for Commander-in-Chief Xia, he might have been chased out of the army long ago. She thought so too. However, when they met today, Dad actually said that he was Xia Jinyuan. How was that possible? What nonsense are you talking about? Your Aunt Xiao only has one child, and Shirlai only has one son. Mrs. Li's eyes darkened. She didn't expect that Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a military uniform, would not be as ruffian as before. She thought that Xiao Shuman didn't have the luck of having children and grandchildren like her, but now it seemed that she was too carried away. After being reconfirmed, Du Jai had no choice but to believe it. It said that women change 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Men are the same. She sighed with emotion. Her eyes fell on the back of the man who was walking up the stairs in front of her again. He graduated from military school many years ago, but he's still a major. It seems that. But before Du Jai could finish her thoughts, the figure she had been staring at suddenly turned around, and a gaze sharper than a sword glint shot right at her. Du Jai felt as if something had struck her glabella and chest, and the blood in her body froze in an instant. The words that were at the tip of her tongue couldn't come out at all. "What's wrong?" Yi Qian asked when he saw Xia Jinyuan suddenly turn around. At the same time, he also turned his head to look behind him, but he didn't see anything. Chapter 2182. Xia Jinyuan looked away and smiled at Yi Qian. "It's nothing. Let's go. The sooner we settle this, the sooner we can leave." He didn't want to be disturbed during their short time together. "Okay." Yi Jian tilted her head and smiled at him. In the light and shadow, her eyebrows were as gentle as ink. She was introverted and clean, which directly rippled into Xia Jinyuan's heart. It was a very clean smile, but also a very stubborn smile. Just like that year in the mountains of Shuka village, she led their mountain patrol team through the dense forest and pointed in the direction of the criminals. When she turned back to look at the male soldiers, she smiled slightly at them. Her eyes were like autumn waves and as bright as the stars, making them remember it in their hearts. Yi Ying had already arrived at the conference room. 2 armed guards stood on either side of her. She didn't dare to be as presumptuous as she was outside, let alone scream. Her shoulders trembled as she sat on the cold leather chair. Her eyes were filled with panic. She was very scared. She was so scared that even though the conference room was fully heated, her hands and feet were still cold. It was too cold. It was so cold that she felt a chill in her bones. She was too scared. She was so scared that her heart felt like it was being clenched by a pair of invisible hands. She wanted to take deep breaths, but it became very painful. She was so scared that she even lost the freedom to breathe. The conference room was not small. The conference table alone could accommodate 20 people. At this time, only Yi Ying and the 2 silent guards were in the large conference room. The oppressive silence made Yi Ying only hear her own breathing. No one entered the conference room immediately. The first to enter the conference room were Regiment Commander Zhong and the instructor of the Beijing political group, followed by Deputy Chief of Staff Du, Mrs. Li, and Yi Qian. As for Xia Jinyuan, he would walk in even if they didn't let him. "She embarrassed the Li family so much and dared to lie to me." Li Chenglan. "Old Du. I want to know how the Beijing political group dealt with her." Mrs. Li, who was used to being domineering, did not hand over the videotape when she arrived at the military headquarters. Her assistant told her that the scene in the video was unbearable. If she really took it out, it would only embarrass the Du family even more. However, she was also worried that if she didn't take out the videotape, the Beijing political group would go easy on Yi Ying. How could she be satisfied? The only thing she could do was to tell her husband in advance that she would not allow the Beijing government to deal with her lightly. The deputy chief of staff Du still didn't know what had happened. Yi Jifan's divorce alone wouldn't have made his wife so angry. If he didn't say it in the car, and if he didn't say it now, how was he going to explain it to the Beijing government? Moreover, did she forget that he was the one who recommended Yi Ying to join the army? Now that she was dealt with after only 1 day of reporting, it would be hard for him to explain himself. Most importantly, even Shirlai knew about this matter. It was impossible for him to settle it secretly. The deputy chief of staff Du, who was not affected by his wife's anger, asked calmly, "What on earth happened? You should at least let me know. If you don't tell me, how can I talk to the Beijing political group? Also, don't forget that the reason why Yi Ying was able to enter the capital political group was because I made a call in advance and specially recruited her. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. When everyone is here, I have to go into the meeting room." Du Jiayi gently pulled on Mrs. Li's sleeve and whispered, "Mom, what happened? You scolded Yi Ying so fiercely just now. Was it because assistant he told you something about Yi Ying that made you angry? Since—" Knock, knock, knock. The knocking on the door interrupted the three of them. A clerk pushed the door open and came in. He saluted and reported, "Sir, Regiment Commander Zhong and the instructor of the Beijing government group have arrived. Please go to the meeting room." Chapter 2183. Okay, ask them to go first. I'll be there later. The deputy chief of staff nodded and took a pen and a notebook from his desk. After the clerk left, he looked at his wife, whose face changed again. After a while, he sighed. "Wait for me with Jiayi. I'll ask you if there's anything. But I can tell you now that if there's nothing else, we'll interrogate Yi Ying about Yi Qian cheating in the military school. We won't deal with anything else for now." "That means you won't get what you want." "No way. I don't agree." Mrs. Li snapped without hesitation. "Since I can make her wear the military uniform, I can make her take it off. You go and interrogate her first. If she doesn't tell the truth, you can send the guards here. I'll teach her a lesson. Tell her for me that if she doesn't want to be embarrassed, she'd better take off the uniform and go back to Nan Province." Taking off the uniform and going back to Nan Province was a light punishment. She had to know the consequences of lying to her. The deputy chief of staff knew his wife's temper well. He said to Du Jiayi, "Take good care of your mother." Then he left the office. The office of the General Staff Department was not in the military headquarters. It was on another street in Jing City. The deputy chief of staff did not have a special office in the military headquarters. The office where Mrs. Li and Du Jiayi could rest for the time being was vacated by the military headquarters for junior officers to study in the military headquarters. After he left, Mrs. Li sat in the office that was much smaller than her husband's. She sat and stood for a while. She kept going back and forth. Personal phones were like watches in the military headquarters. There was no signal. She couldn't even call Yi Zhifan to ask him what was going on. After about 10 minutes, Mrs. Li said to Du Jiayi, "Go to the meeting room and see what's going on. See if they'll let you in." Du Jiayi had already thought about it. Now that she got Mrs. Li's order, she walked out of the office immediately. It was impossible for her to enter the meeting room. 2 guards stopped her. "Stop. The meeting room is off limits. Go back now." "I'm sorry. I'm looking for the deputy chief of staff. Please inform him that I have an urgent matter." Standing outside, Du Jiayi couldn't hear anything from inside. She immediately brought her father out to see if she could get an exception. The guard, who did not receive the instruction to let others in, did not make an exception. He expressionlessly asked Du Jiayi to leave quickly. The military headquarters was heavily guarded. Even if you passed through layers upon layers of checks, it didn't mean that you could walk around freely in the military headquarters. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan could not either. The 2 of them were led by the guards from the other end of the corridor. Du Jiayi, who had just turned around, bumped into them. Du Jiayi looked over and saw clearly who the young officer walking over side by side with Yi Jian was. Du Jiayi was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly averted his gaze, not daring to look any further. Xia Jinyuan. Yes, he was indeed Xia Jinyuan. When he glanced at Xia Jinyuan just now, he seemed to have lost his life. He had changed a lot. If it weren't for the familiar face and her mother's reminder, she wouldn't have recognized him. He had a sharp gaze, a handsome face, and a majestic military aura. She had already memorized his appearance after just a short encounter. Whether it was when she was in her teens or now, she couldn't help but feel afraid whenever she met him. She was so afraid that she instinctively drove herself to stay away from him. Du Jiayi didn't dare to look at him. She was afraid that she would be glanced at by that murderous gaze again. Chapter 2184. As she lowered her head slightly, she couldn't help but think to herself, "This is strange. How does he know Yi Qian? Are they close?" Confused, Du Jiayi didn't walk up to them. When the 3 of them passed by, Du Jiayi subconsciously moved to the side to let them pass first. As soon as the door to the meeting room was pushed open, Du Jiayi heard Yi Ying's sorrowful cries drifting out. Ying had cried for so long that her voice was hoarse. Facing her regiment commander and instructor, she was practically weeping as she complained about Yi Qian's persecution of her. Yi Qian, what do you have to say? The one who spoke was none other than the military academy leader who had brought Yi Qian to the capital. After hearing the complaints of this arts recruit who hadn't even been in the military for a day, the leader's expression was icy. I've already listened to her complaints for almost 15 minutes. Make it short. He was annoyed that Ying spoke too much and was wasting everyone's time. Yi Qian didn't want to say much. After reading through Yi Ying's complaints, she handed a file to the military academy leader and then handed copies to all the leaders present. Every time she handed a file to a leader, Yi Ying, who had cried her heart out, couldn't help but shrink back. What was that? What did Yi Qian give to all the leaders? Everything I want to say is here. Leaders, please take a look. Yi Qian purposely sat across from Yi Ying. His gaze was clear as he looked at Yi Ying, who thought she could twist the truth just by touching her lips. He said calmly, "It's useless to say anything more, because everything she says is nonsense." I didn't. Yi Qian, you're the one who's guilty. You're the one who's guilty. Yi Ying shouted with her hands clenched into fists. She stared unflinchingly at Yi Qian. It was her. She was the one who stood in her way. If not for her, everything today would have been hers. Everything would have been hers. Yi Qian smirked. The contempt in her eyes was obvious. She wouldn't argue with her to avoid losing her status. However, Yi Ying was indeed bold. The ignorant were fearless. How could she lie in front of so many leaders? Did she think this was a school? If he told a few lies, he would at most be scolded. There wouldn't be any punishment. Yi Ying knew that she would be punished. She just wanted to drag Yi Jian down with her and let her be punished with her. In the past, Yi Zhifan had taught her, if you have to hurt others and hurt yourself, you must do everything you can to make the other party feel pain for a little longer. The only thing she could think of was to rely on her own words to convince the leaders to let Yi Qian be punished. It was a very naive and self-righteous thought. Looking at Yi Qian, who was sitting across from her, Yi Ying clenched her teeth and glared at Yi Qian. She cursed in her heart. Bitch, don't think you'll have it easy either. You won't have it easy either. She didn't believe that after saying so much, there wouldn't be a single chief who wouldn't believe her or doubt her. He did not believe that all the leaders would side with Yi Qian. Ridiculous. The leader of the military academy was the first to finish reading. He slammed the file on the table and sneered. How did you recruit such a soldier? Or specially recruited? Heart disease in junior high. Before he could finish, Yi Ying cried and interrupted the leader without any etiquette. That was a misdiagnosis. I don't have heart disease. I really don't have it. She cried out in a hoarse voice to defend herself. Leader, I really didn't lie. I really don't have heart disease. You can take a look at my medical report. It has the most authoritative results. Junior high was just a misdiagnosis. It's not true. Chapter 2185. She refused to give up until all hope was gone. She refused to shed tears until she saw the coffin. What a female soldier who could invert right and wrong. The military school leader glanced at the art student who was still refusing to admit her mistake. His gaze was sharp and cold. You bribed the middle school class teacher, Teacher Ku, and slandered Yi Qian for writing a so-called love letter to your math teacher. In the end, you and your mother spread rumors that Yi Qian seduced your math teacher. This is indeed a false accusation. You are the one who wronged Yi Qian. No, it wasn't me. She really wrote the love letter. I didn't. Chief, you must. Faced with a recruit who had slandered the school's top student, the school leader was furious. He sternly reprimanded. The original copy of the love letter is still here. How dare you quibble? What? The original copy is still here. A few imposing gazes swept over. Yi Ying's heart skipped a beat. She shuddered violently. Her teeth were chattering so badly that she couldn't even stutter a word. The Beijing political group's instructor said coldly, Your father used his position to force Yi Qian to leave Anyang No. 1 middle school. What do you say about this? You framed your instructor during military training, framed your classmates, and got expelled from school. In the end, you went to number 2 middle school in the province. This is also a false accusation. Dozens of classmates, including the class teacher and the principal, all framed you. You gathered local ruffians and gangsters to plot against Yi Qian. This is also a false accusation. On the day of the college entrance exam, you framed Yi Qian for copying your answers. After investigation by the province's education bureau, you were disqualified from the college entrance exam and banned from taking the exam for 5 years. This is also a false accusation. The instructor was so angry that he was almost shouting at the end of his sentence. Yi Ying, who was so guilty that she shrunk her shoulders with every sentence, was dumbfounded. How did they all know? No, that's impossible. How could they still know after so long? Didn't Dad say that he used his connections to get rid of all her bad records? How could there still be? The reason why she had the confidence to continue framing Yi Qian was because all her bad records had been removed. But now it was gone. All of his confidence was gone. The instructor of the Beijing political group slammed the file onto the conference table. He turned to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and said in a deep voice, "Deputy Chief of Staff Du, this recruit was recommended by you at that time, and our Beijing political group did not strictly vet him. What do you think we should do now?" There was a brief silence in the conference room. Regiment Commander Zhong looked at the instructor and then at the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Just as he was about to say something, Xia Jinyuan, who had accompanied them in, spoke up. He calmly accepted the gaze and said, "I'll tell you 2 things that happened when I was at the scene. The first incident was when Yi Qian was preparing for the Overseas Olympic Games on behalf of the school. Yi Ying, who was with him, intentionally knocked over the waiter who was serving hot soup. She wanted to hurt Yi Qian with the hot soup. The second incident was that after the hot soup incident, she pretended to be missing and tried to frame Yi Qian. She wanted the police to rush over and stall for time so that Yi Qian couldn't board the plane and participate in the overseas competition. One incident after another happened. Yi Ying, who had lost all her confidence after the college entrance exam incident, panicked. She was completely panicking. "No, I didn't. No, it wasn't me. No. You didn't? Our unit is ashamed to have a recruit like you." The door of the conference room seemed to have been kicked open by someone. It opened with a bang, and the door shook. Commander-in-Chief Xia walked over with a videotape in his hand. "How did a recruit like this pass the background check? What is the Beijing political group doing? Do you know what this is? Deputy Chief of Staff Du, your wife gave this to me. I haven't seen it yet, but according to your wife, this is a dirty videotape. She's the main character in it." Chapter 2186. Videotape. Videotape. Yi Ying was scared out of her wits. Videotape. No, she couldn't watch it. How could it be? She tore the videotape. How could there still be a videotape? It couldn't be. This videotape was received by the front desk of my company today. I just found out about it too. After that, Madame Li appeared in the meeting room. She was wearing a coat and looked out of place in the meeting room. However, she had a strong aura. She sat down calmly and said, "Everyone, this matter has nothing to do with Old Du. It's my fault for not letting Old Du investigate carefully and recommending her to the capital political group. Yi Ying is indeed talented. She's good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. When I met her, I knew that she wanted to be an art soldier. It just so happened that..." Mrs. Li smiled bitterly. She told everyone how she liked Yi Ying and how she recommended her into the Beijing government regiment. "It's my fault. I brought shame to the army. I knew that she had to deal with it. I had to tell the truth even if I had to. If you don't believe me, you can watch the videotape now. You'll know that I'm telling the truth. Yesterday was my daughter's birthday. I really liked Yi Ying. I even brought her around to meet my friends. I praised her for being sensible and obedient. Who knew that I would be slapped in the face today? It's all my fault. I've brought shame to the army." Mrs. Li stood up and bowed. She took all the blame for the incident on herself. Instead of putting her husband in a difficult position and leaving Xia Xinhui with something to use against her, She might as well put herself in a difficult position. Mrs. Li saw that her daughter couldn't enter the meeting room. She immediately went to Commander-in-Chief Xia and handed over the videotape. Yi Ying's last hope was completely destroyed. Everything needed evidence. They needed to know what was in the videotape. Yi Ying felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. She watched as the guard pushed the videotape into the machine. After the image flashed, Yi Ying was so shocked that her eyes kept rolling back. Her psychological endurance was at its limit. Yi Ying's actions violated the relevant provisions of our country's military service law and the southern province's conscription regulations. We've decided to punish Yi Ying on the spot. We've decided to expel her from the army and fine her 100,000 yuan. At the same time, immediately send her back to the southern province and hand her over to the Public Security Bureau for a full investigation into the case of Yi Ying colluding with local hooligans to persecute the military academy student Yi Qian. Execution. Within 10 years, he is not allowed to be a civil servant, enter a state-owned or public institution, go abroad, or go through the formalities for entering a higher school. Yi Ying did not faint. She was too emotional and was pressed down on her seat by 2 guards. She listened to the instructor of the Capital Government Regiment read the execution warrant on the spot. Leave the army and hand over to the police. Yi Ying's face was pale as she struggled even harder and screamed, "No, I don't want to leave the army. I don't want to go back to the southern province. Dad, save me. Dad, save me. I don't want to go back to the southern province. I don't want to leave the army. I was wrong, Chief, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I was wrong. Please don't let me leave the army." No one paid any attention to him. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du was the first to leave the meeting room with a dark face. This time, he had been completely humiliated by a mere performance art soldier. Don't go, don't go. Yi Qian, can you stop the chief? I'm begging you. I admit my mistake. I was really wrong. Please save me. I don't want to leave the army. I don't want to go to the Public Security Bureau. I don't want to go to jail. I'm begging you, Yi Qian. I'm begging you. In this life, Yi Qian heard Yi Ying's pleas. In this life, she actually heard Yi Ying's pleas. Chapter 2187. When Xia Jinyuan heard this, he frowned and said to Yi Qian, "Let's go. Ignore her." He wasn't afraid that Yi Qian would agree. His little fox wouldn't use her soft heart on someone like Yi Ying. She just didn't want to waste her time on Yi Ying. Yi Qian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he smiled and said, "Wait outside for a while. I still want to talk to her." When she saw that he was frowning because of her words, she smiled softly and promised him, "Give me 10 minutes. I'll be out in 10 minutes at most. Help me take the guards out." Okay. After pondering for a while, Xia Jinyuan nodded and agreed. Yi Ying, who was struggling and crying, heard Yi Jian's words. Her frightened eyes lit up. Did Yi Jian agree to help her? Did asking the guards to leave mean that he was willing to help her? That's great. That's great. That's great. He's finally helping me. He's finally helping me. I didn't beg so humbly in vain. She thought that Yi Qian would be the one begging for mercy in the end, but she was the one begging him. So be it. As long as she could get out of danger safely, she didn't have to leave the army, return to Nan province, or go to the Public Security Bureau. She didn't mind asking Yi Qian for help. When she thought that Yi Qian would help her, Yi Ying was ecstatic. She begged even louder, "Sis, save me. Hurry up and save me. It hurts. My arm hurts so much. They used too much force. It hurts so much. It really hurts so much. Do I look like I'm easy to talk to?" Yi Qian looked at Yi Ying, who was begging even louder and putting more effort into her act. He asked Major Xia, who was about to leave, seriously, "Do you need me to adjust my facial expression?" Major Xia looked at her seriously and shook his head. He smiled and said, "No need. Your eyes and expression tell me that you're in a good mood." "That's good. I thought I looked easy to talk to and easy to bully." Yi Qian pretended to heave a sigh of relief and lightly patted her chest. She also felt that she was not an easy person to talk to. She was also narrow-minded, especially towards Yi Zhifan and his family. She was even narrower than the tip of a needle. She didn't know how Yi Ying saw it, but she was so soft-hearted that she didn't care about anything. Xia Jinyuan could tell that she was indeed in a good mood. So be it. He waved his hand and left with the two guards with a magnanimous look. As soon as the guard let go, Yi Ying, who was finally liberated, scrambled over and hugged Yi Qian's calf in an extremely pathetic manner. Sister, please put in a good word for me. Please put in a good word for me. Don't say anything else. Just say that you don't care about what I did. Really, as long as you say that, they won't do anything to me. As the door to the conference room closed, only Yi Qian and Yi Ying were left in the spacious conference room. One stood upright like a pine tree, the other slumped like mud. The contrast was stark. Yi Qian did not feel much of a victory. In this life, she came with hatred, but she never deliberately targeted Yi Ying. She was like a bystander watching Yi Ying make one mistake and then another. She never schemed against her, nor did she need to. She only did one thing, which was to send the videotape to Mrs. Li Yizhifan and the military. Just this one thing alone was enough to push Yi Ying to the brink of despair. Grandfather Zhen was right. When dealing with people who constantly make mistakes, there was no need to deliberately frame them. As time passed, the person who made the mistake would eventually bear the consequences of her own mistakes. Chapter 2188. She didn't add fuel to the fire. She only dealt Yi Ying a heavy blow at the most appropriate time, making her beg her like this. Scenes from his previous life flashed through his mind, frame by frame. There was Sun Dongqing's disdain, Yi Ying's arrogance, and Yi Zhifan's arrogance. Everything from his previous life had come to an end in this life. Yi Ying, the grievances between you and me from 2 lifetimes had come to an end. Yi Ying, what are you begging me for? Even though it was over, she still couldn't calm down. Yi Qian lowered her eyes slightly. This time, it was her turn to look down at Yi Ying. She could clearly see the fear in the depths of Yi Ying's heart. In her previous life, she was also so afraid. It wasn't just for a moment or a day, but she was constantly worried and afraid. She was tormented. In this life, Yi Ying had only been worried and afraid for a few days. Sorry, she was actually very, very petty. She was so petty that she was happy to see Yi Ying like this. She hoped that her days of suffering had just begun, and that there was more pain waiting for Yi Ying to experience. Yi Qian leaned forward a little, then bent over and smiled faintly. Until just now, you still wanted to frame me. Yi Ying, what makes you think that I will help you if you beg me? If she didn't ask Yi Qian for help, who else could she ask? She couldn't find anyone else. She didn't know who to ask. Yi Qian's sudden stay was her only hope of escaping. Why would he help her? Because they were sisters. That's right, they were sisters. Sisters who could help each other. Yi Ying, who was in a desperate situation, was ecstatic. Her eyes were filled with hope. She quickly said, I'm your sister. Sister, I'm your sister. Sister, save me. I'm begging you. Sister, please save me. Sister, I'll be obedient in the future. I won't dare to lie to you anymore. Sister, I'll really be obedient. Believe me. I promise, I swear. I'll treat you as my sister from now on. I'll be closer to you than a real sister. Please, sister, my good sister. Only you can save me. I don't want to leave the army. I don't want to go back to the southern province. Sister, good sister, only you can save me. Yi Qian's smile deepened. He lowered his head slightly and said coolly, Sister? Yi Ying, since when did you treat me as your sister? That's not right. Fortunately, you've never treated me as an elder sister. That way, some unnecessary trouble can be avoided. I also sincerely thank you for all the things you've done for me, and thank your good mother for all the things she's done for me. Otherwise, how could there be the Yi Qian of today? I, Yi Qian, have always engraved the events of the past in my heart. I would never dare to forget them for even a moment. Her eyes were dark and cold. The coldness in her eyes made Yi Ying's heart tremble when they looked at each other for the first time. Realizing something, Yi Ying clutched the corner of Yi Jian's trousers tightly and kept shaking her head. She kept saying the word no monotonously. No, no, no. It's not like that. It's not like that. I've already begged her to let me go. Why isn't she satisfied? Ying couldn't figure it out. She cried until her tears and snot mixed together. She sat there paralyzed, but she didn't dare to let go. She was afraid that if she did, Yiqian wouldn't care about her anymore. Sister, is it because I haven't asked for enough? Is it still not enough? Sister, I'm begging you. I know I'm wrong. Really, I'm really wrong. It's all my fault in the past. I made you suffer so much. I'm really wrong. Can you forgive me? Can you forgive me? Let bygones be bygones. Let's forget about it. Okay? Don't think about it anymore. Okay? Sister, look at me in the future. I won't let you down. Chapter 2189. I've never begged anyone before. You know that I've never begged anyone before. Sister, I'm begging you today. Since we're sisters, please let me go. I was really wrong. I won't dare to do that again. No matter how much she begged, it was impossible for Yiqian to feel any pity for her. In her previous life, Yi Ying had caused her to be homeless and almost raped. How could she let her go? Let bygones be bygones? Forget about it? Yi Ying, who do you think you are? Yiqian's eyes were filled with anger. She used her knee to press against Yi Ying's chin and pushed forward, knocking Yi Ying to the ground. She didn't have the chance to crawl over and hug her leg. Caught off guard, Yi Ying's teeth knocked against her own lips. She screamed in pain. The wound was a little deep, and blood mixed with saliva flowed down the corner of her mouth. Seeing her palms covered in blood, Yi Ying screamed again. Blood, blood, so much blood. Yiqian had knocked into her and she was bleeding. She begged so much, but she still wouldn't let her go. She even made her bleed. Yiqian, what do you want from me? Yi Ying was furious after begging for so long. She only dared to be angry in front of Yiqian. Yi Ying's expression twisted as she thought about how her begging was ignored by the person she hated and looked down on. She even made her bleed. She raised her head and said angrily, Yiqian, what else do you want from me? I've begged for so long. Why won't you forgive me? A person had hated another person since they were young. It had become a habit. How could she change her deep-rooted attitude so easily? The so-called apology was just to get herself out of trouble as soon as possible. She didn't think she was wrong at all. Of course, Yiqian didn't need her to know that she was wrong. He didn't need her to wake up either. It was fine for her to continue being so stupid. In order to let Yi Ying hear her clearly, Yi Jian slowly squatted down and enunciated every word clearly. She wanted to tell Yi Ying what she wanted to do. I want you to die. I want you to be tortured to death. Only in this way can the hatred in my heart be dispelled. Every single word was filled with deep viciousness, and every single word was filled with killing intent. She wanted her to die. Yiqian wanted her to die. Yi Ying's first reaction was to laugh out loud. She wanted to laugh, but before she could, she looked up at Yiqian and froze. She saw the undisguised murderous intent in Yi Jian's eyes. She really wanted to kill her. She really wanted her to die. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You don't have the right to decide my life or death. Yes, you can't decide. You're a soldier. You can't kill me. Yi Ying, who was paralyzed on the ground, retreated. She thought Yiqian wanted to kill her. Yiqian smiled. There was a hint of laziness in his cold voice. You're thinking too much. Killing you will only dirty my hands. I won't kill you, and I won't forget what you did to me. Only when I remember what you did to me can I grit my teeth and continue walking. Even if the path is bloody, I will grit my teeth and continue walking. Because Yiqian got up. His dark eyes stared at Yi Ying, who looked even more terrified. He continued softly, because I've been waiting for this day. To see you, Yi Ying, crawl past me like a stray dog. Yi Ying, I've been waiting for this day for so many days and nights. How can I let you go? How can I kill you so easily? Chapter 2190. Yi Jian, who was in a good mood, smirked as she watched Yi Ying's face turn pale and pale at a close distance. She saw the deep fear in Yi Ying's contracted pupils. She threw a bombshell at Yi Ying. Finally, I'll tell you that I was the one who sent the videotape. But I didn't expect Yi Jifan to divorce son Dongxing immediately after seeing the videotape. Ying, you've offended Madame Li and lost Yi Jifan's protection. You're also a veteran with a tainted record. Why do you think I want to kill you myself? Watching you suffer is much more fun than killing you with my own hands. What? What did she just hear Yi Qian say? What did you just say? What did you just say? Ying widened her eyes in disbelief. She stared at Yi Qian without blinking and asked sternly, "What did you just say?" Since he dared to say it, he wasn't afraid of what she could do. Yi Qian was magnanimous and patiently repeated, "Listen carefully. I'll say it one last time. I was the one who sent the videotape. The one in Madame Li's and Yi Jifan's hands were all sent by me. Ying, did you hear me clearly? Do I need to repeat myself?" "The videotape was sent by Yi Qian," she said. "She was the one who sent it. Yi Qian. It was her. She was the one who sent the videotape. She was the one who ruined her. What a ruthless bitch. What a ruthless bitch. She wanted to kill her. She wanted to kill her. Bitch. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. I want to kill you. I want to kill you." Ying suddenly stood up and pounced on Yi Qian like a madwoman. She wanted to kill this bitch who caused her to lose everything. She wanted to kill her. "You want to kill me? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so." Yi Qian sneered as he pulled out a conference chair and placed it in front of him. Coincidentally, Ying crashed into the chair. She didn't manage to knock Yi Qian down, but instead, she fell straight into the chair. Yi Qian nimbly dodged, his hands moving as fast as lightning. One of his hands pinned Yi Ying's hands behind her back, while the other pressed down on the back of her neck, forcing Yi Ying to kneel on the floor with her face pressed against the seat, unable to move an inch. "You want to kill me? Ying, do you have the ability to kill me?" He pressed down on the back of Yi Ying's neck with one hand. He used so much strength that Yi Ying's sweet and charming face lost its beauty. Her eyes, nose, and lips were all squeezed out of shape. Yi Qian's eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. She was a female Special Forces soldier who had been on the battlefield and had stepped over piles of corpses. Her hands, stained with blood, were like the jaws of a tiger. She pressed down on Yi Ying's neck like she was biting down on Yi Ying's life. Her killing intent was even more terrifying. At this moment, Yi Qian was the most realistic. He had been on the battlefield and killed people. He raised the weapon in his hand and killed his target without batting an eyelid. Yi Ying was just a spoiled and arrogant girl who had lost her sense of self. Normally, she wouldn't have come into contact with a Special Forces soldier who had killed people. Even though she couldn't see Yi Qian's expression, she could clearly feel the change in Yi Qian. It was a terrifying change, a change that made all the blood in her body freeze. Yi Qian? Was she Yi Qian? She wasn't. Yi Qian didn't have such a terrifying aura. Yi Qian didn't have such great strength. She was Yi Qian. She was standing right in front of her, clearly telling her that she was the one who sent the videotape. Chapter 2191. "I'm going to kill you, bitch. Bitch. Let go of me. Let go of me." Her face was pressed against the leather chair. Even her voice was broken and she could not form a coherent sentence. She twisted her shoulders and used all her strength to struggle. But no matter how much strength she used, it was futile. She could not break free. She could not escape from Yi Qian's control. "Yi Ying, remember this for me. Don't provoke Yi Jian easily before you become more powerful. Even I have to avoid her, let alone you. You must remember to stay as far away as possible from her as you can. Remember this. How many times have I told you? Yi Qian is not someone you can provoke. You've provoked her time and time again. Do you want to die? Yi Ying, I don't know how strong she is. You can't be as reckless as before. Do you hear me? Yi Ying. Open your eyes and see if Yi Qian is someone you can provoke. Can you provoke her? Do you dare? Are you not afraid of death? Yi Ying, you used to love saying that Yi Qian was inferior to you in every way. Look at them now. Look at them. Look at their aura. Haven't you realized the difference between you and Yi Qian? Haven't you realized that you can't compare to Yi Qian? People have to look forward. You're still stuck in the same place. You think you're better than Yi Qian. In fact, Yi Qian has long surpassed you. Words of advice flashed through her mind. Ying was in so much pain that her whole body twitched. In fact, Yi Qian has long surpassed you. Is that so? Is that so? No, no. Can't be. How could she have surpassed me? If she hadn't sent the videotape to Mrs. Li and her father, how could she, Ying, be worse than Yi Jian? Can't be. She is better than Yi Qian. She has always been better than me. Ah, let go, let go. Bitch, let go of me. I'm going to tell Mrs. Li that it was you who sent the videotape. You're the one who set me up. Once again, Yi-Ying relied on her own imagination to complete her self-repair. The numb Yi-Ying struggled harder. She wanted to leave this place. She wanted to go home. She wanted to go home. Yi Qian chuckled softly. That's right. I sent the videotape. You can tell Madame Li about it. Madame Li is such a prideful person. How could she have known that she would be deceived by you? How angry must she be? Go and find her, Yi-Ying. I can take you to her now and tell her that I sent the videotape. Then I'll tell Mrs. Li that the content is true. Yi-Ying, I've tolerated you for too long. I've waited until today. Do you think I'll give you a chance to turn things around? I will never give you a chance. Live well, Yi-Ying. I wish you a more miserable life. Save me. Please come and save me. Quickly come and save me. She was so scared of Yi Qian. It was too scary. She was too scary. If she couldn't look for Madame Li, who could she look for? Who else could she look for to save her? No one can save you, Yi-Ying. I've waited for your whole family to suffer for so long. There were several times when I wanted to just kill all three of you. I've tolerated it. I've tolerated it. I've tolerated it for so long. I finally waited for this day. Do you think I'll let you go? Yi-Ying, open your eyes wide and take a good look at your own ending. I won't kill you. Killing you would be no different from killing an ant. Yi Qian's fingers gripped the back of her neck tightly. He growled in a low voice. There's no sense of accomplishment in breaking your neck. I'll keep you alive and watch you suffer. That's the only way to appease my hatred. Chapter 2192. He was no longer hiding his murderous aura and his coldness. Ying was frightened. I want to go home. Oh, I want to go home. Dad. Save me. Save me. Ying was so scared that her whole body was trembling. She cried so much that her eyelids were so swollen that she couldn't open them. She was not as good as Yi Qian. She was not as good as Yi Qian. She couldn't accept it. How could she accept it? Oh, she couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. How could she lose to a bastard? A bitch. How could she lose? This time, Yi-Ying couldn't even let her imagination numb her. Facing Yi Qian, who was full of murderous aura, she was scared. She was scared from the bottom of her heart. Little fox, we can go now. The tightly shut meeting room door was pushed open and Xia Jinyuan's tall figure appeared at the door. He wasn't surprised at all when he saw the scene in front of him, as if he didn't notice anything. He looked at Yi Qian gently and said, Exactly 10 minutes. After saying what needed to be said, Yi Qian let go and clapped his hands in disdain. Before he left, he said something that made Yi Ying's hair stand on end. Your retribution has just begun. Yi Zhifan doesn't even acknowledge you as his daughter. Ying, you will live a life worse than a rat in the gutter. Worse than a rat in the gutter. She would live a life worse than a rat in the gutter? She might as well be killed. No, she had to find her father to save her. Only her father could save her now. She had to ask her father to beg the deputy chief of staff Du, Madame Li, and them to save her. Dad, I was wrong. Ying, who was sitting in a daze, thought of her father. She suddenly got up and rushed towards the meeting room door. Before she reached the door, 2 guards rushed in. One of the guards reacted quickly and grabbed Yi Ying's shoulder with one hand. He threw Yi Ying to the side and pinned her to the ground. She wanted to ask Yi Zhifan for help, but she didn't know that Yi Zhifan was calmly explaining to Madame Li, who had just walked out of the military headquarters. I'm very sorry, madam. My relationship with Sun Dongqing has actually been broken for a long time. Because of some things, it was delayed again and again, and we only got a divorce now. Yi Ying didn't follow me. She willingly followed Sun Dongxing and told me that she wanted to take her mother's surname. I was very disappointed and sad, but I agreed to let her take her mother's surname. I spent the whole afternoon trying to change her surname. It's not that I want to hide it, but I just finished the divorce procedures this morning. There are too many things that need to be settled. I was thinking of contacting you and Deputy Chief of Staff Du Aftying, changed her surname to Sun Ying. Mrs. Li was infuriated by his casual tone. She suppressed her anger and shouted, "Director Yi, do you want to tell me that Yi Ying has nothing to do with you from now on? You could say that. I was too disappointed in her. I worked so hard to raise her. Who would have thought that?" Sigh. Yi Jifan sighed heavily. There was an indescribable sadness in his voice. Madame Li sneered. What a heartbroken father. She didn't expect that he would be so heartless to his own daughter. Very well, I will remember what Director Yi said today. Ying, no, she is called Sun Ying now, right? She made me, Li Chenglan, lose so much face. I will definitely settle this account with her. I hope that Director Yi won't show up at that time. Hearing this, Yi Jifan, who was nervous, adjusted his breath slightly and replied, I can promise you that I will never interfere in Sun Ying's affairs. Chapter 2193. Yi Jifan divorced Sun Dongxing in a hurry and made himself clear. He was afraid that Mrs. Li would take her anger out on him. When he received Mrs. Li's call, he was even more nervous than when he was in the provincial committee meeting. When he heard Mrs. Li's cold and deep voice, he felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He even held his breath for fear that Mrs. Li would notice his fear. When Yi Jifan said that he would no longer interfere in Yi Ying's affairs, he heard Mrs. Li sneer softly. He didn't know what she meant. It seems that Director Yi is going to put justice before family. That's right. No wonder Director Yi can be so successful. I can see that Director Yi can achieve great things. How could he not hear the sarcasm in Mrs. Li's words? If Yi Ying could be supported by the wall, listen to his arrangements, and not make trouble outside, how could he really be willing to cut off their father-daughter relationship? After all, she was his daughter and half of his blood flowed in her veins. He had arranged all the paths for her. Every path was a broad road. With his protection, she would definitely achieve great things. But Yi Ying was a piece of mud that couldn't be supported by the wall. No matter how good the path he paved was, she would only walk on a rotten path. He spent so much effort to cultivate her, but in the end, she didn't recognize him as her father. She was indeed his daughter. She was so ruthless. Forget it. Since she didn't recognize him, why should he recognize a stupid daughter? He couldn't afford to offend the Li family. It was not easy for him to climb to his current position. He didn't want to be beaten back to his original position overnight, and he didn't want to lose everything. He had to give up something to gain something. He could only give up Yi Ying, this daughter who didn't recognize him. Pretending that he didn't hear the sarcasm in Mrs. Li's words, Yi Jifan's voice was trembling. I'm sorry. Well, she is too stubborn. I can't persuade her. I respect her decision. She is in her 20s. She is not young anymore. She should be responsible for everything she does. He was telling Mrs. Li that she would be responsible for everything that happened to Yi Ying. It had nothing to do with anyone else. Although Mrs. Li was almost harsh to others, she was always generous to her children. Even if her children made a big mistake, it was the Du family's business. It was not an outsider's turn to tell them what to do. Hearing Yi Jifan's words, the coldness on Madame Li's face deepened. With such a father, how good could his daughter be? She, Li Chenglan, had always been the one to scheme against others. Today, she had actually been tricked by a little bureau chief, a little girl. Ha! Did she think that she could get away just because she was divorced and cut off the father-daughter relationship? Madame Li, who had hung up the phone with a gloomy face, quickly dialed another number. Then, she said in surprise, the Discipline Inspection Commission has already gone to the southern province? Are they going to clean up the southern province's officialdom? Unclear situation? Old classmate, is there something you can't tell me? I'm not making things difficult for you. If you don't tell me, can I force you to tell me? I'm calling you today for no other reason than to tell you to investigate a bureau chief with the surname in the Southern Province's Urban Construction Bureau. I just want to mention to you that since the Discipline Inspection Commission has already gone to the Southern Province, you should investigate thoroughly. Madam Lee had a wide network of contacts. She knew some important officials more or less. When she learned that the Discipline Inspection Commission had gone to the Southern Province, she greeted her old classmate and chatted for a while with a smile. Then, she arranged to have a meal before hanging up the phone. Chapter 2194. After making 2 calls, Mrs. Lee sat in the car and waited for the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and Du Jai to come out. She waited for about 10 minutes, but they didn't come out. Her patience was running out. She dialed the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's number. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du didn't have time to answer the call. He gave his phone to the guard and answered the call from the General Staff Department with sweat on his forehead. It's my fault. I accept all the punishment from the General Staff Department, and I will deeply reflect on my mistakes. I understand. I have realized that I made a serious mistake. Okay, I'll be right back. The call from the Chief of Staff Du made the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's face even colder. He didn't expect the news about the recruit Ying to reach the Chief of Staff Du's ears so quickly. He didn't dare to shirk the responsibility. It was indeed his fault. It was he who saw Yi Jifan's resume and roughly looked at the information he submitted. He didn't investigate further and directly opened the back door for Ying. He told the Beijing government group and specially recruited Ying into the army. Who would have thought that the information he was looking at turned out to be information that Yi Jifan had tampered with? Even his wife's side hadn't been investigated. He was careless and almost made a big mistake. Luckily, Ying only joined the army for half a day. The files, stubs, and enlistment information were not officially entered into the army's management system. He only needed to delete all the paper information. Luckily, the bad influence of the situation was minimized. Otherwise, he would be publicly criticized in the next army meeting. Thinking that the Chief of Staff Du mentioned his wife on the phone and asked if she also wanted a position in the General Staff Department, the Deputy Chief of Staff Du hung up the phone and didn't notice Du Jai waiting for him outside. He quickened his steps and left the military headquarters with a gloomy face. This was not a good thing. It was clearly telling him that his wife had interfered too much. Because of Ying, the whole family was going to be in a mess. Du Jai could already see that the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's face was not good. She jogged to catch up with them and said softly, "Dad, Mom is waiting for us outside. Tell your mom that I have to go to the General Staff Department right now." The General Staff Department called just now. Ying's incident has already reached them. Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who was walking with big strides, felt like he was walking with the wind. Along the way, the air felt heavy. Also, pass a message to your mother. The General Staff Department asked me if I want to give your mother a position. Du Jai's face paled. She immediately identified a position for her mother. Things had really gotten out of hand this time. Seeing that the Deputy Chief of Staff Du had walked far away, she hurriedly chased after him. She had to go out and tell her mother that her father was in trouble. "I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. I want to see Madam Lee. I want to see the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. They were the ones who allowed me to enter the capital political group. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want to. I don't want to." Du Jiai, who had caught up with them, suddenly heard Ying's heart-wrenching screams from behind. What made her even angrier was that Ying had actually splashed dirty water on the Du family. It had nothing to do with her? "Ying, you really deserve to die." The Deputy Chief of Staff Du also heard it. He deliberately slowed down his pace and waited for Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, who were preparing to leave the military headquarters. Without much interaction, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian stopped and saluted him. Then they calmly left under his gaze, leaving behind the 2 calm and dignified figures of the Du family. Chapter 2195. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du murmured. He didn't expect Xia Xinhui's son to be so successful. He was no longer as frivolous as he was when he was young. The darkness in his eyes deepened. Du Jai didn't say anything. When she saw Xia Jinyuan, She subconsciously turned sideways and hid behind the deputy chief of staff Du. She didn't straighten her back until Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian left. She didn't know why, but she couldn't act freely in front of Xia Jinyuan. It was like that in the past, and it was still like that now. Du Jiayi, who was secretly resentful, gritted her teeth and only dared to glance at the tall and slender figure from the corner of her eye. Her expression was half angry and half angry. Soon, the two guards holding Yi Ying appeared. When they saw Yi Ying, the deputy chief of staff Du, they couldn't suppress their excitement and begged in a hoarse voice. Deputy chief of staff Du, please save me. I won't do it again, I won't do it again. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and not make the same mistake again. Please save me. It was you and Madame Li who arranged for me to join the Beijing political group. You can't just leave me alone. Deputy Chief of Staff Du, please save me. You can't just leave me alone. Yi Ying was now begging for help from anyone she could find. She had lost her sense of propriety and didn't even say a word. What she said happened to be the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's most taboo words. How can you make a scene in the military headquarters? Gag her mouth and take her away from the military headquarters as soon as possible and transfer her to the relevant departments. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du suppressed the anger in his heart and ordered in a deep voice. Transfer her to the southern province overnight. No one is allowed to see her on the way. Yi Ying wanted to beg him to let her talk to her family. When she heard his order, it was as if she was struck by lightning. Yi Ying's vision turned black. Just as she was about to speak, her mouth was blocked again. Du Jiayi was still the one who blocked her mouth. She had blocked one of her lips with her white gloves before, and now she blocked the other one as well. Yi Ying, you really have guts. There are countless guards in the military and all of them are armed with guns. Aren't you afraid that you will be shot dead by the guards if you continue to quarrel? Be quiet, Yi Ying. Your business has just begun. Du Jiayi emphasized the last sentence with a hint of murderous intent. Yi Ying, who was already scared out of her wits, saw the coldness in her eyes. She was so scared that she lost control of her bladder. Du Jiayi was so disgusted that she almost vomited. The two of you should take her away as soon as possible. Du Jiayi held her breath as she suppressed the churning in her stomach. Before she left, she glanced at Yi Ying, who was paralyzed with fear. A cold smile flashed in her eyes as she left the military headquarters. She even dared to beg her parents? Ying, do you have a pig's head? The deputy chief of staff Du left the military headquarters in a car. Mrs. Li, who was waiting outside, saw the familiar license plate number flash by. She knew that her husband would not go home with her. When Du Jiayi came out and conveyed the deputy chief of staff Du's words, Mrs. Li frowned. She was so angry today that she did not control her temper for a moment. Now she was being laughed at by others. Asking her to get a position in the military headquarters was accusing her of meddling too much. She even dared to meddle in the affairs of the army. Mrs. Li, who was a little tired, raised her hand and pinched between her eyebrows. She closed her eyes to hide the murderous intent. She pressed her lips together and closed her eyes to rest for a while. Yi Jifan saved her son. This was a great favor. Chapter 2196. Knowing that he wanted her daughter to join the army, Li Chenglan had always been a grateful person. She agreed without hesitation. It was not a big deal. She just wanted to make it easier for his daughter to be a little art soldier. It was just a way to repay his kindness. Unexpectedly, the daughter of a director turned out to be such a bad person. She rarely used her husband's face to help, but in the end, even the General Staff Department knew about it. The army meeting was about to be held, but her family encountered such a bad thing. It was foreseeable that the Du family would not have a good time during this period. Mrs. Li suddenly opened her eyes, grasped the black handbag on her lap with both hands, and said in a low voice, "You dare to challenge my bottom line, Yi Ying. If I don't make you beg for death, my surname is not Li." Yi Ying, whose hands were tied and dragged into the car, shivered violently. She lay in the cold back of the car. She had no more strength to cry. What awaited her after the army was withdrawn and sent back to the southern province was endless torture. Sun Dongqing was counting the assets at home when she heard the news. Although she was divorced, she still had a lot of assets. She had 2 properties in Anyang and the southern province. Her family's savings were 7 figures. In addition, in order to keep the company left by Sun Yaozu, Yi Zhixiang gave her a car, gold, silver, and jewelry. Sun Dongqing was very satisfied. As soon as she finished counting all the assets, Yi Zhifan called. "What? Yi Zhifan, you better explain it clearly to me." Sun Dongqing only heard the words, "Your baby daughter was sent back to the southern province." She was like a volcano erupting. She held the phone tightly and roared. Yi Zhifan leaned against the back of the office chair with no expression on his face and said coldly, "Considering that we were husband and wife, I intended to inform you in advance so that you could be mentally prepared. Your baby daughter's mistakes were all exposed." Mrs. Li also received the videotape. She was furious when she saw the content. "Just now, she called me specifically to question me. Her tone was very unfriendly. She told me clearly that your baby daughter made her lose face and made her a joke in the upper-class circle in the capital. She planned to come out and teach your baby daughter a lesson. As for how to teach your precious daughter a lesson, that's not something I know. However, I can tell you now that Sun Ying will not have it easy." Fortunately, he had changed the surname of Ying to Sun Ying in the afternoon. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain it to Madame Li. Sun Dongqing couldn't believe it and shouted, "How is that possible? Madame Li likes Ying so much and even wants Ying to be her daughter-in-law. How could she bear to let Ying suffer?" "Yi Zhifan, you bastard. Do you regret giving all your assets to me and my mother? Now you're trying to make things difficult for me." This was Yi Zhifan's wife. She was short-sighted and extremely stupid. In the past, because old Madame Yi had done some inhumane things to her, he felt guilty and endured it. He always thought that his wife had shared weal and woe with him. Even the stupidest thing she did was for her own family. He spent more effort to keep an eye on her and prevent her from making a big fuss. Who would have thought that not only was one stupid person, but the daughter he had raised was also stupid? Her stupidity was even worse than that of her mother. She thought that she was infallible and could not tolerate even half a grain of sand. She looked smart, but in fact, she did things that were even more stupid than her mother. The trouble she caused was even bigger. Yi Zhifan was glad that he had made a quick decision and did not get himself into trouble. He snorted and said, "Sun Dongqing, wait for Madame Li's call. She will contact you properly." Chapter 2197. Which madam would like such a promiscuous woman? Do you think Madame Li is like you? Was Sun Ying her own flesh and blood? No matter what Sun Ying did, would she forgive her? Sun Dongqing, think about it from another perspective. If you had a son, would you be willing to marry such a woman as your daughter-in-law? Of course not. Sun Dongqing blurted out. As soon as she finished speaking, she was stunned. How could Madame Li be willing to do something that she was not willing to do? When she saw the video, she was so angry that she wanted to kill her daughter, who had embarrassed her. Not to mention Madame Li. Wrong, wrong. It was all wrong. It was all wrong. Sun Dongqing finally woke up from the dream that her precious daughter had found a general to be her son-in-law and made Yi Zhifan angry. How could Madame Li be willing to do something that even she was not willing to do? No, no, no. What happened to Ying was a great humiliation to her mother-in-law's family in the countryside. How could she forgive her so easily just because she liked Ying? She was wrong. She was wrong. She was wrong. No one would like her. Even a mother-in-law in the countryside would not like a girl who had a cold and was fickle as her daughter-in-law. They would all feel ashamed. Madame Li was the wife of a major general. She was famous in Jing City. How could she forgive Ying when her daughter-in-law, who she had chosen, suddenly made such a scandal? Old Yi, you have to help Ying. She is your daughter. I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Please help Ying. Sun Dongqing, who was so scared that her hands and feet were cold, forgot that she and Yi Zhifan were divorced. She even urged Ying to change her surname to Sun this afternoon. Knowing that her daughter was in trouble, She was so scared that her whole body trembled. She, who was out of her wits, could only think of Yi Jifan at this moment. Old Yi, call the deputy chief of staff and tell him that Ying is young and ignorant and made a mistake. Please ask him to let Ying go. We will discipline Ying later. Yi Jifan waited for her to finish before he said, It's too late, Sun Dongqing. Sun Ying is no longer my daughter. She said that she doesn't recognize me as her father anymore. As for you, you're just my ex-wife. Sun Ying is already with you. I have no obligation to clean up your mess. Sun Ying will be sent back to the southern province soon. Someone will inform you to visit her. Oh right, Sun Ying will be fined 100,000 yuan. Prepare the money. Also, I'm warning you, don't use my name to cause trouble in the future. You're my ex-wife, and I have no obligation to clean up your mess. If you dare to make things difficult for me again, Sun Dongqing, don't blame me for ignoring our old friendship. Ex-wife, divorce, mess, fines. Sun Dongqing's mind was muddled and she couldn't get a word in. Before he could say anything, the beeping sound of the phone being hung up came from the receiver. Yi Jifan, Sun Dongqing screamed into the microphone. Her voice was trembling and she no longer had her usual arrogance. When she dialed again, the line was busy and she couldn't get through. Sun Dongqing, who was completely flustered, kept dialing. She didn't know how long she had been dialing. Knowing that there was no hope, she hung up the phone and sat on the cold tile floor, wailing. The urgent phone suddenly rang. Sun Dongqing, who was crying at the top of her lungs, thought that it was Yi Jifan calling. She quickly stood up and picked up the receiver, shouting, Old Ji you? Mom, quickly ask Dad to save me. Mom, it's Ying. I'm so scared. Quickly ask Dad to save me. Chapter 2198. When Sun Dongqing heard her daughter's heart-wrenching screams, she was scared out of her wits. What's wrong, Ying? Don't be afraid. Mom is here. Mom is here. My baby, don't be afraid. Let's talk slowly. Mom is here. Sun Dongqing was indeed very good to her daughter. No matter what her daughter did wrong as a mother, she would forgive her in the end. Mom, go and find Dad. Yi Qian set me up. She was the one who sent the videotape. Mom, she was the one who sent the videotape to Dad and Madam Li. She was the one who set me up. Mom, go and find Dad. Doesn't he know the director of the Public Security Bureau? Ask Dad to make a call. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to. Mom, I was really set up by Yi Qian this time. I hate it. I really hate it. Mom, it's all her fault. It's all her fault. Mom, I'm so scared. I don't want to withdraw. I don't want to be sent back to the southern province. Save her? Who would save her? Who would save her? She didn't even recognize her father and changed her surname to Sun. Who would save her daughter? Who would save her? Don't be a soldier anymore, Ying. Let's not be a soldier anymore. Let's go back to the southern province. Yi Qian couldn't hurt you. How could she hurt you? My dear daughter, don't be afraid. Let's come back first. Sun Dongqing didn't dare to say that Yi Jifan didn't recognize her daughter anymore. She didn't dare to say that she had to change her surname to Sun Ying from today onwards. She was afraid that her daughter would suffer a greater blow if she said it. I won't come back, Mom. I can't come back. If I come back, Yi Qian will look down on me. I will never bow down to her in this lifetime. Mom, get Dad to pick up the phone. I want to talk to him. I want to tell him how hateful Yi Qian is. Sun Ying didn't know what happened in the southern province. She saw Yi Jifan as her last hope. Other than her father, no one else was willing to save her. My poor daughter, Sun Dongqing, who also couldn't contact her ex-husband, wailed. Ying, your father isn't home. He's not home. Go back to the southern province first. We'll make plans after you're back. It would be great if she could return to the southern province. At least she could accompany her daughter. It wasn't easy for Sun Ying to get in touch with her family. How could she give up so easily? She strained her hoarse voice even harder. Her voice was sharp and piercing. No, I'm not going back to the southern province. I want Yi Qian to die a horrible death. I want her to die a horrible death. Admit defeat. Ing. Let's admit defeat. We can't win against her. We can't win against her. Without her husband to rely on, how could they make things difficult for Yi Qian? Making things difficult for Yi Qian, who was already high and mighty. Sun Dongqing, who had lost the protection of her ex-husband, suddenly came to her senses. In order to know the news of her daughter, she made countless calls, but no one answered. Even when her fingers were about to swell, no one answered. Only then did she realize that without Yi Jifan's protection, she was nothing. Sun Ying, who still didn't know that her surname was Sun, screamed crazily. Why can't we win against her? Why can't we win against her? Daddy is here. How can we lose to an orphan bastard? Orphan? Yes, Yi Jian was an orphan, but she had too many people who were willing to help her. There were too many of them. Sun Ying, wake up. Mom, please wake up. We have nothing left. We have nothing left. Even you, from today onwards, your surname will be Sun. Sun Ying. Sun Ying, accept your fate. Let's accept our fate. What? How did she become Sun Ying? No! She was Yi Ying. How could she become Sun Ying? Chapter 2199. Your father and I are divorced. We got divorced this morning. Ying, have you forgotten? You wanted me to divorce your father. He won't care about us anymore. It's useless to look for him. We can only accept our fate. Sun Ying, we can only accept our fate. Sun Dongqing, who was crying loudly, told the truth. She didn't know how her daughter would react after hearing it, but she had to say it. If she didn't, Sun Ying would continue to dream of defeating Yi Qian. Impossible. It would never be possible. No, it's impossible. Mom, what did you say? It's impossible. I'm Yi Ying. How did I become Sun Ying? Sun Ying couldn't hold on to her last hope. She couldn't hold on to it anymore. Yi Jifan was her last source of confidence and hope. My poor daughter, it's true. You're Sun Ying now. I listened to your arrangements and asked your father to change your surname. He told me himself that he won't care about us anymore. Ying, he won't care about us anymore. Yi Jifan means what he says. He means what he says. That night, you said yourself that you don't want to acknowledge him as your father and you won't beg him anymore. Ying, there's no way out for us. It's all my fault. I didn't stop you. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. No matter how much Mrs. Li likes you, there's a limit to how much she likes you. How can she tolerate and forgive you like me just because she likes you? Even I was angry at you for the shameful things you did overseas, let alone Mrs. Li. Ying, you were wrong. You were wrong from the beginning. We can't climb up the social ladder. You're not shameless enough to let Mrs. Li like you after she finds out. Yi Jifan also told me that we embarrassed her so much. She won't let us go. Come back. Let's not fight anymore. Let's go back to Nan province and start over somewhere else. As the sound of Sun Dongqing's sobbing gradually subsided, Sun Ying did not make any more noise. She was completely silent, sitting there motionless like a clay figurine. Was she the one who cut off her own escape route? She had forced her mother to divorce her father, thinking that Mrs. Li would always like her. She had even said that she wanted her surname to be Sun. She had cut off her last path of retreat. She had cut off her own path. Gone. Everything was gone. She had become Sun Ying, no longer Yi Ying. The father who had protected her and treated her as the apple of his eye no longer wanted her. From the moment she changed her surname to Sun, she was no longer his daughter. No one could save her or protect her anymore. How could this be? How could this be? Why? Why? She couldn't understand it. She really couldn't understand it. She was clearly the best, but in the end, she ended up being betrayed by everyone. She couldn't understand how she ended up like this when everything was so perfect. Mother said that we were all wrong. Was it really all wrong? How was it wrong? She didn't want a bastard to ride on her head. Was that wrong? Was it wrong for her to want to get rid of an opponent who was blocking her future? Was it wrong for her to want to be above others and be envied by everyone? These were all what her parents had taught her. They had taught her how to get everything she wanted from a young age. They had taught her how to destroy the things she wanted but couldn't get. How could she have been wrong? How could she have been wrong? Ah! How could she have been wrong? Sun Ying couldn't figure it out. She suddenly screamed crazily and smashed her phone. Her head slammed hard against the door of the toilet on the train. She couldn't figure it out. She couldn't figure it out. Why did Yi Qian win in the end? Why was she the one who won? A filthy, cowardly, ugly bastard with no parents had won the battle? She couldn't figure it out. Why did she let a bitch that she had always looked down on win? The guards who were waiting outside to escort her back to Southern Province heard the commotion and kicked the toilet door open without hesitation. They first subdued Sun Ying, who had hurt herself, and then immediately informed their colleagues to come and pick up the phone. Even the battery was coming out. Where did the phone come from? Why did she have a phone with her? Chapter 2200. Sun Ying didn't say who gave her the phone. It was not that she didn't want to say, but that she didn't know. Someone squeezed her before she got on the train. After she got on the train, she accidentally touched the phone in her pocket. She found an excuse to go to the toilet and called back. She might as well not make the call. She might as well not make the call. Sun Ying, who had lost her last hope and confidence, was like a deflated balloon. She didn't struggle or make any noise. She just stared like a wooden puppet and didn't eat or drink. She took the train back to the Southern Province from Jing City. She didn't know what was waiting for her. Her world had collapsed the moment the military announced her punishment. The investigation of her past had been reported to the military. What else was there to investigate? Everyone knew. Everyone knew what she had done. She didn't know what to do or how to do in the future. It was a gloomy world. No matter where she went, there was no hope. There was no chance. There was no chance at all. How could she win against Yi Qian? How could she fight against him? She had lost. She had lost completely. It was over. It was all over. Sun Ying curled up her legs and hugged them tightly. What would be waiting for her when she went back? What would Mrs. Li do to her next? Sun Ying, who was sitting in a daze, lost her vitality. She was like a flower that withered overnight. She couldn't find her original brightness. She was like an old woman in the twilight. Sun Dongxing called again, but the phone was turned off. She was so flustered that her hands couldn't stop shaking. Who should she look for next? Where could she find her daughter? She would be sent back to the Southern Province and transferred to the Public Security Bureau. Yes, she should go to the Public Security Bureau first. No, she had forgotten something very important. There was still something very important. What was it? Did she forget what it was? Sun Dongxing was so flustered that she was crying and walking back and forth in the living room. She forgot something very important, but she just couldn't remember it. Money. Yes, money. Yi Zhifan said that Ying would be fined 100,000 yuan. She still had to withdraw the money. She had to go to the bank to withdraw the money. Then she could save her daughter. No more fighting, no more fighting, no more fighting. Sun Dongxing didn't notice that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. She took the passbook and ran out in her slippers like crazy. The lights outside were waning, and the cold wind of early spring blew through the treetops, bringing with it a chill. Early spring had arrived in the south, but the cold wind still blew in the north. They were sent back to Nan Province overnight? Yi Qian, who was peeling an apple, asked Xia Jinyuan, who had just ended a call. Why is it so urgent? Won't the Beijing political group investigate further? The two of them had already returned to the hospital. With Yi Qian by her side, Major Xia was very cooperative. She no longer pondered about how to leave. She placed her phone by the bedside and wrapped an arm around her waist from behind. She said faintly, "Yes, the Deputy Chief of Staff Du personally gave the order. The Beijing government political group is also in the middle of a 3-department trial. They don't have time to care about her." Yi Ying was specially recruited into the army. This also shows that there are many problems in our army. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du happened to bump into the muzzle of the gun this time. It's going to be very tiring. Yi Qian handed the peeled apple to the man who suddenly wanted to eat fruit. She frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Mrs. Li said in the conference room in front of the Deputy Chief of Staff, Do that she did it all by herself and had nothing to do with the Deputy Chief of Staff. I've always been very puzzled. I don't understand why she said that. Wouldn't it harm the Deputy Chief of Staff even more? Chapter 2201. She really didn't understand the twists and turns of the story. She thought that Mrs. Li's words would only make things more difficult for the Deputy Chief of Staff. Xia Jinyuan didn't eat the apple after it was peeled. Instead, he handed it to Yi Qian and said, "Here, take a bite of the apple and I'll tell you." Crunch. He took a bite. Yi Qian was waiting for him to give her an answer. Unexpectedly, Xia Jinyuan took a bite of the apple she left behind. His handsome face smiled and sighed. "I finally found the right way to eat an apple. My saliva is sweeter when I have a girlfriend." Yi Qian's beautiful face twitched a little. How could he say something like that so openly? Captain Xia, who knew that his girlfriend was easily embarrassed, didn't wait for Yi Qian's fist to land on him. After teasing Yi Qian, he quickly became serious and explained to Yi Qian, "You can't just listen to what she said. You have to think about why she said that. Mrs. Li didn't say that to make things more difficult for the Deputy Chief of Staff, but to make things more difficult for the Beijing political group." 1 second he was full of mischief. The next second he was full of righteousness. Yi Qian realized that he was becoming more and more familiar with the transition between the two. Of course, she could now keep up with his pace of change. Xia Jinyuan hugged Yi Qian and leaned against the bedside. As his smile faded, his handsome features revealed a hint of coldness. The Beijing political group's regiment commander Zhong and Du Kaiwei were old classmates. Mrs. Li didn't say anything else. She directly said that she went past the Deputy Chief of Staff and intervened to let Yi Ying enter the army. This clearly tells everyone that the Deputy Chief of Staff did try to stop her, but she secretly informed Regiment Commander Zhong and didn't let the Deputy Chief of Staff intervene. Thus, Yi Ying was sent to the Beijing political group. The Deputy Chief of Staff only recommended Yi Ying first, and the subsequent review of Yi Ying was handled by the conscription office and the Beijing political group. It was Madame Li who used her connections to get Yi Ying into the army. The Deputy Chief of Staff was at most a mistake. It seems that Madame Li interfered with the Deputy Chief of Staff's official business. But in fact, it was because the Beijing political group and the conscription office were not strict enough. Her words were not to make things difficult for the Deputy Chief of Staff but to quickly remove the Deputy Chief of Staff take the blame and shift the blame to the Beijing political group and the conscription office. Do you still remember the resentment of the instructor of the Beijing political group? From this, it can be seen that the instructor did not agree with Yi Ying's special recruitment, but with Regiment Commander Zhong's insistence, the instructor had no choice but to take a step back. Otherwise, he would not have angrily pointed out in front of all the leaders that Yi Ying was recommended by the Deputy Chief of Staff. Madame Li is indeed a hero among women. No wonder back then. No wonder what back then? Xia Jinyuan did not continue. He turned to look at Yi Qian. Seeing that she was stunned, he could not help but laugh. "Are you very surprised? You don't understand at all why Madame Li dared to speak in the conference room? My little fox, although you are smart and cunning, you are still lacking compared to the scheming and astute politicians. Once something bad happens to them, the scheming and astute politicians will immediately make a decision that is beneficial to them and turn the tide. The Deputy Chief of Staff came from a small city and caught Madame Li's eye. From a small company commander to where he is today, Madame Li has a lot to do with him. It can be said that the Deputy Chief of Staff's family is all thanks to Madame Li. After this incident, don't move for the time being. Madame Li has her eyes on Yi Zhifan, and she will not let Yi Ying off easily. You, stay with me for a few days." Chapter 2202. Yi Qian was indeed stunned. Even though she had lived 2 lives, the total age of her 2 lives was only in her 30s. She was not as experienced as Madame Li, who had been living in the political center for her entire life. When she saw Madame Li come in and take all the blame, she was quite surprised. Wasn't she using power and authority? After Xia Jinyuan's explanation, she realized that it was not what she saw on the surface. It turned out that Madame Li's plan was to push the blame to both the Beijing government and the military recruitment office. No wonder Regiment Commander Zhong did not say a word. He must have understood Madame Li's intention. No matter how much he wanted to say, he had to suppress it. Just as Captain Xia said, compared to Madame Li, Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lives, was too far behind. However, she did not want to go against Madame Li. In this life, Yi Ying could not marry into the Du family, so it was fine. But there was one more thing she had to talk to Xia Jinyuan about. Yi Qian slightly pursed her lips. She sat up straight and faced the man who had a faint expression on his face. Captain Xia, you said that Madame Li has her eyes on Yi Zhifan. Will the person behind Yi Zhifan show himself? Not necessarily. Xia Jinyuan, who was also thinking about this, pursed his lips. There was a cold light in his deep eyes. The Du family is now at the peak of their power. They have people in both the military and the government. The person behind Yi Zhifan has been hiding for so long and hasn't shown himself. This shows that he is a very cautious person. A very cautious person will not easily go against another powerful force. Regarding this matter, the person behind Yi Zhifan will either remain silent or help. But I think the latter is more likely. If the latter is more likely. Yi Qian felt a little regretful. Then she still had no way of knowing who the person behind this was. Xia Jinyuan saw through her thoughts and smiled. He bent his index finger and rubbed her pretty nose intimately. You're thinking about it again. The military have already launched an investigation. Are you still afraid that the person behind Yi Zhifan won't show himself? It's just that the water is very deep. The military's investigation must be carried out in secret. I believe that the investigation team will give you an answer. It may not be satisfactory, but at least there will be an answer. Yi Qian's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. She wanted an answer to find out who caused her mother's death. The mystery of her past life had finally been unraveled. She had already waited for 2 lifetimes. Why should she be afraid of waiting a little longer? Time would eventually give her an answer. Xia Jinyuan had always known that Yi Qian had a very big knot in her heart towards Yi Zhifan's family. Every time Yi Zhifan's family was mentioned, her expression would inadvertently reveal an icy coldness. She suffered when she was young and only learned to resist when she was in middle school. The knot in her heart had been planted long ago. It would take a while for it to be untied. He didn't like to dig up the scars in her heart, so he could only help her in secret. Fortunately, she was able to keep her composure. After accumulating her strength for a long time, she finally defeated Yi Ying and caused Yi Zhifan to be severely injured. As smart as she was able to make his heart ache. Now that Yi Zhifan's family was mentioned, there was no longer a haze between her brows. Everything she did was worth it. Yi Qian didn't mention Yi Ying anymore. Now that Yi Ying had Mrs. Li watching over her, she didn't have to worry about her anymore. Falling from the clouds must not feel good. That night, Yi Qian slept exceptionally well. Even when Major Xia hugged her in the middle of the night and half of his body pressed against hers, she didn't wake up. Chapter 2203. With the defeat of Yi Ying in this life, the hatred that was hidden in the deepest part of her heart, which occupied half of her heart, finally collapsed. Yi Zhifan didn't need to think too deeply about it. His good days would end with Madame Li's anger. Yi Qian slept soundly, but Major Xia was having a hard time enduring it. His waist was injured, so he could not move too much. He could only eat some tofu vegetables from time to time. But the touch of the little white rabbit could easily arouse the heat in a man's body. Major Xia, who was breathing heavily, wanted to wake Yi Qian up so that he could satisfy his craving. But in the end, he could not bear to wake her up, so he suppressed the heat in his body. She would no longer be disturbed by worldly affairs, and she would no longer be tired by tomorrow's matters. She rested her head on his strong arms and breathed in his reassuring scent. Her whole body was nestled in his arms like a harbor. She was so lazy that she felt tired even when she opened her eyes. She could just lean on him like this and be protected forever. After calming down again, Xia Jinyuan looked down at the high tent below him. Finally, he silently took a pillow and placed it between the two of them so that he would not accidentally poke Yi Qian awake. He could not fall asleep for a long time, but Yi Qian's breathing was long and deep. because she was sleeping so soundly. Even the corners of her mouth were slightly curved into an innocent smile. Xia Jinyuan looked at her sleeping face almost greedily. He stared deeply at her, his eyes as gentle as water surrounding her. He lowered his head and gently kissed her smooth forehead. He chuckled and said, "Little fox, you have to grow up quickly. The big bad wolf can't hold back anymore. If one day he really wants to do you, it won't help even if you hold a gun to his head." Yi Qian did not answer him. Perhaps his gaze was too focused, but she moved slightly in her sleep and took the initiative to snuggle into Xia Jinyuan's arms. Her plump and round little white rabbit just happened to be on the side of Xia Jinyuan's chest. It was really sweet torture. The sweet and tormented Xia Jinyuan knew that he would not be able to sleep tonight. Even if he wanted to sleep, he would not be able to. Of course, he couldn't bear to fall asleep either. He could just look at her like this for the entire night. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had rushed over early in the morning, met eyes with Xia Jinyuan, who hadn't slept the entire night. He silently looked at Yi Qian, who was in his son's arms, and then silently looked at the brat, who was signaling him to leave. Commander-in-Chief Xia raised his hand to signal the guards to stand guard outside, and then pushed the door open and entered. Xia Jinyuan was speechless. Didn't he say he would stay by his wife's side? So what if he came to disturb her early in the morning? Yi Qian, who had never slept so deeply before, only woke up when Commander-in-Chief Xia walked into the ward and heard the sound of a chair being moved. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was a languid, handsome face. Following his greeting, Yi Qian looked out and saw Commander-in-Chief Xia smiling kindly at her. Commander-in-Chief Xia. Yi Qian's mind quivered, and she suddenly stood up. Chapter 2204. There was nothing more embarrassing than what was happening right now, and she believed that there would never be anything more embarrassing in the future. Yi Qian, who was sitting upright, tried very hard to adjust her facial expression. She tried to look very normal and not let Commander-in-Chief Xia see the awkwardness on her face. It was too embarrassing. The Commander-in-Chief came over early in the morning and had already walked into the ward, but she didn't notice at all. She continued to snuggle in Captain Xia's arms. Did she do anything else just now? Did she put her hands on Captain Xia? What about her feet? Did she put her feet on Captain Xia's legs? Her body? Did she lie on Captain Xia's body? Yi Qian, who always had an extraordinary memory, had temporary amnesia. She couldn't remember anything from the moment she opened her eyes to when she got out of bed, but she slept quite well and was worried about Captain Xia's waist injury, so she probably didn't put her hands and feet on Captain Xia's body. Yi Qian thought uncertainly, "Go and wash up first." How could Xia Jinyuan not see Yi Qian's awkwardness? At this moment, she was uncomfortable all over. It couldn't be helped that she was shy, unlike him who had to take care of her and help her out. Yi Qian really wanted to wash up, but the Commander-in-Chief was looking at her with a smile, so she didn't dare to. "Xiao Yi, go and wash up first. We'll talk about business after breakfast." Commander-in-Chief Xia naturally also saw Yi Qian's awkwardness. He originally wanted to make Yi Qian feel uncomfortable, so he just sat there and stared at her to see how anxious his son would be. However, he didn't expect to wake up Yi Qian, who was sound asleep. His son's calm expression made her feel awkward. With the Commander-in-Chief's instructions, Yi Qian stood up as if she had been granted amnesty and rushed to the bathroom. "Please sit down first. I have to wash up too." Xia Jinyuan wasn't embarrassed, but his expression was a little cold. He was sleeping with his wife in his arms and was disturbed. Even if it was his biological father, he was still unhappy. Commander-in-Chief Xia was in a good mood as it was rare to see his son being humiliated. However, he didn't show it on his face as he said coldly, "I didn't rush over early in the morning just to see you throw a tantrum at me. Hurry up and pack up and have breakfast with me. How many years has it been since you last had a decent breakfast with me? Go quickly." The last sentence touched Xia Jinyuan. His handsome face softened a lot. He walked over and put his arm around the Commander-in-Chief's shoulder like a good brother. He said, "Dad, you know that Yi Jian and I only see each other a few times throughout the year. Every time we meet, I really want to put her and me in a sealed room so that no one can disturb us. It's been so many years since I've had breakfast with you. It's unfilial of me. When Yi Qian returns to school, I'll spend the remaining 6 days with you every day. What do you think? Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety were difficult to achieve. It was the same for Xia Jinyuan. Commander-in-Chief Xia sighed as if he was touched. He patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder heavily and said in a deep voice, "You're already an adult. It's better for you to live your own life. I won't disturb you. Don't come back to have breakfast with me. My appetite hasn't been very good recently. If you come back to accompany me, I'm afraid my appetite will worsen. I appreciate your filial piety. Go to the hospital and have breakfast by yourself. Don't come back and affect my appetite. When you're discharged and I'm hospitalized, one of us will be sick and the other will be injured. In the end, little Yi will be worried." Xia Jinyuan took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and then smiled at Commander-in-Chief Xia. "So I'm raised by a stepmother. My grandmother doesn't love me, my uncle doesn't love me, and my biological father despises me. Well, I'd better stay by my wife's side. You don't have to wait for me to eat breakfast. Just eat something first. Don't overeat." Chapter 2205. Now that he thought about it, it was true that he hadn't had breakfast with his old man for several years. Just as he was starting to feel guilty, reality was cruel and once again proved that he had been overthinking. After slipping out of Beijing, Commander-in-Chief Xia patted his son's shoulder again and pointed out the mistakes in his words earnestly. "You're not loved by your grandparents and uncles. You've lived for almost 30 years. Why haven't you accepted reality yet? That's why I'm reminding you that it's important to stay by your wife's side. Sixth brother, just look at old Master Xia and old Madam Xia. You have a son and a daughter, right? In the end, who's going to stay by your side? Children and relatives will only drop by occasionally. The person who's going to stay by your side for the rest of your life is still the person you sleep with. The person who's going to stay by your side for the rest of your life is still the person you sleep with." Commander-in-Chief Xia never thought of restricting Xia Jinyuan. He only hoped that his only son could find true happiness. As for him, he just wanted to watch from the sidelines. Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't bring himself to say such sentimental words. He also believed that his son knew what he meant. It could be considered as a special communication between father and son. They couldn't be too serious or too formal. Communicating through arguments was the most effective and peaceful way for a father and son to communicate. It was a valuable experience he had gained from arguing with his son over the years. Xia Jinyuan didn't say anything else. He just held his father's shoulders even tighter. He would find his own happiness. When the time came, he would bring his happiness to accompany old Master Xia, who had divorced and refused to remarry because of him. In the bathroom, Yi Qian moved quickly. From going to the toilet to washing his face and brushing his teeth, he took less than 2 minutes. He then spent another 30 seconds tidying himself up. When he opened the door and came out, he saw Xia Jinyuan pushing the door open. "Help me wipe my back." Without waiting for Yi Qian to come out, Xia Jinyuan squeezed his way in and pushed Yi Qian back into the bathroom. Old Master Xia's appetite hasn't been very good recently. He's worried that watching me eat breakfast will make him lose his appetite even more. Let's clean up before going out to accompany him. Otherwise, he'll vomit. Yi Qian knew very well how the father and son interacted with each other. When he heard that, he pursed his lips and said with a smile, "The commander-in-chief doesn't think you're dirty. He thinks you're dirty. Little fox." Xia Jinyuan, who was about to take off his clothes, paused and said meaningfully, "You can't say things that you already know. If you do, I'll lose face." Yi Qian was tidying up his toiletries with her back to him. When she turned around, she saw that his upper body was empty. Moreover, his head was lowered as he undid the belt of his hospital pants. Amid the clanging sound of toiletries falling to the ground, Yi Jian, whose reflexes were faster than her brain, grabbed Xia Xiaoyuan's trousers with the most precise speed. He was too precise, too fast, and too quick. Coupled with his overreaction, although he managed to catch the pants that were falling down at the same time, He also caught the part that had tormented Major Xia for the entire night. It was the part that had naturally risen early in the morning, and it was the part that showed the characteristics of a man the most. Yi Qian was dumbfounded. She wanted to pull her hand back, but it was too late. Xia Jinyuan, who had a handsome face and a forbearing expression, held her right hand very tightly. She subconsciously tried to pull her right hand out, but then she saw the man, who would not even blink if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, fiercely suck in a breath of cold air. His noble and elegant face was no longer calm. There was a prelude to a storm, especially that pair of unfathomable dark eyes. There seemed to be something struggling inside, as if it wanted to break free. Chapter 2206. Sorry, let go of my hand first. How could Xia Jinyuan let go of her hand? Early in the morning, the benefits suddenly came at the drop of a hat. It was really a surprise. Not only did he not let go, he laughed deeply and said, "No, you took the initiative. I can't bear to let go." That's right, the once number one hedonistic prince in the capital was starting to act like a rogue. I didn't do it on purpose. You let go. Xia Jinyuan, who was tortured to the point of breathing heavily, did not stop her. He only held her hand and did not let go. His strong and muscular chest was undulating, and his smooth and beautiful muscles were stretched taut. Occasionally, one could even see his lean and beautiful chest muscles twitch. His body's most faithful reaction was not that he was being tortured, but that he was enjoying it. You already took the initiative to molest me. It's too late to say that you didn't do it on purpose. His handsome face was enduring, and his voice was hoarse and intoxicating like red wine. Hold on tight, little fox, but don't pull too hard. It'll be troublesome if you break it. Yi Qian. This rogue. Don't stop. Control your strength a little and be gentler. The big bad wolf said very gently. His dark eyes, which were as deep as the sea, stared deeply at Yi Qian. It was as if there was a whirlpool in the depths of his eyes that could suck in Yi Qian's soul. Yi Qian did not dare to move. Her unintentional action had turned into her taking the initiative to molest him. Moreover, the part of molestation was so special. She could not move, could not pull away, and could not shake. But if she just held on like this, she would be embarrassed. Last time at the hotel, the two of them had a certain level of restraint. In the end, they stopped at his upper body. Although Xia Jinyuan was thinking of how to make Yi Qian study the physiological structure of his lower body, he did not have the opportunity to let her study him. Who knew that good things would happen so suddenly? He was so caught off guard that he almost missed the opportunity. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. While her attention was on the pants he was taking off, he held her hand down and completed the process of studying a man's body structure and physiological changes. He finally made up for the regret from last time. Relax, little fox. Can you feel the changes in me? Without being impatient, Xia Jinyuan patiently tried to lure Yi Qian. The changes you're experiencing now are the changes I experienced last night. Over and over again, back and forth. Can you feel it? He took a few steps closer to Yi Qian. Then he pressed his waist against the basin. Xia Jinyuan pressed her hand with one hand and lowered his head to whisper into her ear. It's a very real reaction. Baby, do you feel it? She could feel it. The process of turning from soft to hard made her face red like it was on fire. She was so nervous that her throat tightened. Yi Qian pressed his shoulder against his chest. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Captain Xia, I'll go out first. You take your time. Although she didn't have any romantic experience in her 2 lives, she more or less knew what was going on between a man and a woman. Now that the alarm was blaring, she wanted to escape. Chapter 2207. Be good. Touch it again. Touch it properly. It was in pain the whole night, and it was waiting for you to comfort it. Don't be afraid. It doesn't want you to be afraid because it belongs to you. Do you understand? Her low and sexy voice was saying the most seductive words. It was not lewd words, but a sincere message to Yi Qian that no one else could comfort it other than her. Nothing will happen. Touch its shape and we'll go out. Trust me, little fox. I mean what I say. Touch its shape. Yi Qian was flabbergasted. This. How could he say something like that? He looked up and glared at her. Captain Xia, don't say something like that. He said it shamelessly, but she was embarrassed to hear it. Although she said she was glaring, in Xia Jinyuan's eyes, it was not threatening at all. Her eyes were like water, surrounded by a thin layer of mist. There was no threat, only seduction. Even her voice was soft and soft. When it fell into his heart, it caused his chest to ripple. He wished that he could rub her into his body. Although his heart was rippling, Xia Jinyuan's voice was very serious. He said, "Every object has its own shape. I'm not wrong. When you were blindfolded, didn't you have to touch the shape to determine which part to use? Mine also has a shape. Why should I be embarrassed?" When it came to being thick-skinned, Xia Jinyuan, who used to be a rich playboy in Beijing, was invincible. After his explanation, the shameful words could not be more serious. Yi Qian, who was so embarrassed that his face turned red, sighed softly and said, "You're twisting words and forcing logic. You are indeed twisting words and forcing logic." Xia Jinyuan admitted it boldly. He pressed her hand down a little and rubbed his chin against the top of her head. He had a hard time holding himself back and said softly, "I couldn't sleep the whole night because I was thinking about whether or not I could get the attention of the mistress. I was miserable the whole night. Can you at least take pity on me, just for a little while?" Didn't sleep the whole night? Yi Qian looked up in disbelief. Maybe he really didn't sleep the whole night because there were faint dark circles under his eyes. When she looked up, Xia Jinyuan, who was having a hard time holding himself back, quickly kissed her lips. His dark eyes were filled with masculine emotions. "Promise me this once. Okay?" Yi Qian was so nervous that he couldn't bear it any longer. He was sweating profusely. Yi Qian was so nervous that he couldn't bear it any longer. Yi Qian's heart trembled when he saw his thin lips pursed tightly together, looking at him like a child waiting for candy. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on his right hand. Yi Qian's handsome features revealed a pained yet joyful expression because of his strength. Yi Qian softly said, She was truly a seductive vixen. She looked at him with her bright black eyes, which was so seductive that he was about to go crazy. His Adam's apple moved, and the kiss became even more intense. "Good girl, my little vixen, my little baby." His voice was hoarse as he kissed her lips. His chest was filled with tenderness. Yi Jian leaned into his arms obediently and rested her head on his chest. Her slender and fair fingers were wrapped around by his large and strong hands. His trousers fell off, and her fingers and palms could feel a burning sensation that was even hotter than before. Xia Jinyuan was indeed a man of his word. He held her hand and kissed Yi Qian's cheek. Her face and his lips were burning hot. "Good girl, little vixen. Come, let's let go. Help me wipe my back." He had already let go. Yi Qian hurriedly let go half a beat later and buried her face in his chest. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't lift her head. Chapter 2208. His deep and pleasant laughter came from above. "How can you be so shy in the future? It's your first time, and it's my first time too. Actually, I'm more nervous than you. I was thinking that if you rejected me, it would really hurt my self-esteem. No matter how strong his heart was, he wouldn't be able to accept rejection and dislike. I didn't reject you. It happened so suddenly that I was a little flustered. Okay?" Yi Qian lowered her head and replied softly. At this moment, her legs were actually a little weak. She was so embarrassed that she didn't even want to raise her head. Thinking back to the accident just now, and then looking down at the part that was still standing proudly, Xia Jinyuan's eyes flickered slightly. His warm fingers gently stroked her eyebrows, and his voice was deep and sexy. "I wish that such an accident would happen a few more times. The feeling was so wonderful that I said something that went against my heart. What he meant was that he didn't want it to end at all. There won't be a next time. Give up. If such an accident happened a few more times, it wouldn't be an accident anymore. It would be intentional." The thin-skinned Yi Qian didn't want to do it a few more times at all. Moreover, the changes in his body were really terrifying. At first, it was soft like dough, but the moment she grabbed it, it became several times bigger. She could even feel the blood vessels on it through his pants. Stop, stop. I can't think about it anymore. Yi Qian, whose ears were red, said in a stern voice, turn around. I'll scrub your back. Although he didn't know what she was thinking, he knew from her expression that she must be thinking about what just happened. Xia Jinyuan handed over the towel and turned around reluctantly. She was beautiful and charming, with a hint of innocent shyness. He really wanted to eat her up. Yi Qian didn't know that the man with his back to her wanted to eat her up. The sensation of his body hadn't dissipated yet, and his palms were still scorching hot, as if they had left a mark on them. When he held the towel and wrung the warm water, the temperature of his palms was far higher than the temperature of the water. Yi Qian patted the water off his face first before helping him wipe his back. After returning to China, Xia Jinyuan washed up simply. In order to avoid the wound on his waist, he wiped his upper body with a towel and washed his lower body normally. As for his back, he really didn't care about it. The wound on his waist was too big, and a simple movement of his hand would affect the wound. How could he wipe his back? Carefully avoiding the wound on his waist, Yi Qian, whose face was red to the ears, carefully wiped his back. When the towel brushed against his skin, it was as if he was caressing it with his own hands. His heart could not calm down. Captain Xia's figure was indeed very good. His muscles were well-defined but not overly muscular. His smooth lines were similar to his temperament, and he had a very attractive and elegant beauty. His bone structure was even more well-proportioned. He had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, long legs, and a body as straight as a spear. Every part of him exuded the towering masculinity of a man. His facial features were already exceptionally handsome, and coupled with his perfect figure, he would attract a lot of attention no matter where he went. When his gaze landed on the white gauze, Yi Qian pursed his lips tightly. She only had a few days of vacation, and she had to return to Southern Province on Sunday. If possible, she really wanted to stay with him until his wound healed. After wiping his back 3 times, Yi Qian tapped his fingers lightly to make sure that there was no trace of sweat. Only then did he stop. Okay, turn around. I'll wipe your chest for you. Are you sure you still want to wipe my chest? Xia Jinyuan, who had nothing covering his body, smiled and turned around to face Yi Qian. Since they had the most intimate contact, he generously allowed Yi Qian to appreciate his figure more clearly, as well as the majesty of a man. Chapter 2209. Yi Qian was prepared for this. He immediately pulled down the large towel as he turned around. When he turned around, the towel covered his lower body, and she couldn't see anything below his waist. Xia Jinyuan, who had turned around, wanted to strike while the iron was hot. He felt that she couldn't continue being so shy. She had to get used to it. Otherwise, he was really worried that Yi Jian would kick him off the bed because of her shyness when it was time for them to have intimate relations. Who knew that Yi Qian was prepared for this? His worries were dashed. Major Xia, who didn't show any emotion on his face, took the towel and wrapped it around his waist. He said softly, I can wash the front myself. Wash your face before you go out. Her face was still red, especially her lips, which were as red as roses. She had to cool down. There was no need to rush, no need to rush. Step by step, he patiently and methodically guided her. He needed to have a considerable amount of patience, waiting for this rather vigilant little fox to slowly fall into his net. Although they stopped exploring each other's bodies, Xia Jinyuan remained calm and aggressive. He calmly lowered his head and kissed Yi Qian's burning cheek. He smiled and said, I'll take a cold shower first. You can go out and chat with my dad. Commander-in-Chief Xia. Yi Qian suddenly remembered that Commander-in-Chief Xia was still waiting outside. In the mirror, her face was as red as a rosy cloud. The shyness in her eyes had yet to fade. One look and it was obvious that she had just done something naughty. How could she face him like this? Xia Jinyuan, look at you. How am I supposed to go out? Yi Qian turned and glared at the shameless fellow. Look at me. How am I supposed to go out like this? Xia Jinyuan, who was holding a bath towel, looked at her and smiled. He took the towel from her hand and turned on the cold water. I am more experienced. You just need to wash with cold water and apply it. I guarantee that your complexion will be normal and there won't be any difference. If it weren't for the fact that old man Xia was still outside, he would be happy to let her stay shy for the entire day. She was so sweet and delicious that he was deeply addicted. After staying with you for a few nights, as long as I have the energy to take a cold shower immediately, I guarantee that I won't have any thoughts. All the blood in my body will freeze, and my mind will be extremely clear. Xia Jinyuan wrung the towel dry and applied it to Yi Qian's face. He said calmly, "Go out openly." Old Xia didn't see it with his own eyes, so he won't think too much. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not think too much about it. When he heard the sound of water, he thought that Yi Qian might be helping Xia Jinyuan wash up. He knew his son very well. Needless to say, he must be thick-skinned enough to let Yi Qian serve him in the bathroom. Commander-in-Chief Xia handed a steamed bun to Yi Qian and said earnestly, "Xiao Yi, do you still remember what Dad said? Don't let him be too complacent. He's always been a smooth talker. Now that he's injured, he'll definitely pretend to be in pain in front of you. Don't spoil him. In the past, when he was injured, he would go through it alone. Why is he so spoiled now that you're here? As a man, you must not let him be spoiled. The more a man's bones are broken, the more he can withstand it. You can't spoil him, you can't spoil him." Commander-in-Chief Xia had spent 4 years in a military unit in Xiang Province. Sometimes he would speak in Xiang Province dialect. Spoil him in Xiang Province meant that one should not spoil him too much. Xiang Province was adjacent to Nan Province. Fujian Town's military unit also had soldiers from Xiang Province. Therefore, Yi Qian more or less knew some Xiang Province dialect. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. In the past, no one came to serve him, so he could only endure it alone. Now that I'm here, I can't bear to see him endure it alone. Chapter 22:10. How could she bear to let her lover, who treated her so well, suffer by himself? How could it not hurt when such a big injury was left behind? She wasn't by his side when it hurt the most. Now that he was back and had entered the recovery period, her heart ached regardless of whether he was in pain or not. No matter how much he pampered her, she was willing to do so. He doted on her, and she naturally had to dote on him too. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was picking up pickles with his chopsticks, paused. He was moved by Yi Qian's heartfelt words. Commander-in-Chief Xia calmly picked up a mouthful of pickles and placed it on top of the steamed bun. He smiled and said, "If both of you are fine, then there won't be any pain. As long as one of you is injured, the other must be heartbroken. So, the final solution is for both of you to be safe and not worry about each other too much." There was no father who wouldn't feel distressed when they saw their son injured. He was also very distressed. He even didn't dare to look at the injury on his son's waist. Major General Yang from the army told him that his 6th son was injured again. He could clearly feel his body shaking. His heart ached when his son was injured, but this heartache had to be carefully hidden because he was the commander-in-chief. Because both father and son were soldiers, soldiers had to be aware of injuries and sacrifices. How could they always show it on their faces? His heart ached because he couldn't accompany his son, so he let Xiao Yi accompany him. With Xiao Yi accompanying him as a father, he could rest assured. Now that he heard her words again, it actually made his eyes sting. "Little brat, you're luckier than me. You have good taste. You found a wife who dotes on you and dotes on you. Don't worry, we won't let ourselves get injured easily. Captain Xia and I have already agreed that we won't let each other worry, and we won't let you worry either." The last sentence was added by Yi Qian at the last minute. At that time, the agreement, he didn't expect the commander-in-chief. How could Commander-in-Chief Xia not know? He didn't point it out, but he felt very comfortable listening to it. Her appetite wasn't very good, but with Yi Qian accompanying her, she ate 2 steamed buns, a roll, and a bowl of millet porridge. Xia Jinyuan, who came out with water vapor, raised his eyebrows and smiled when he saw this. "Your appetite isn't bad. It's too good. You can eat 2 steamed buns, a roll, and a bowl of millet porridge. Aren't you afraid that you'll be full?" He was worried, so he asked the guards to find a doctor. He was already 60 years old, so he had to pay attention to his health. He was in a good mood and his stomach was moving well. The doctor said that everything was fine and that they were worrying too much. "You're afraid that I'll eat too much, you unfilial son. Don't you know the rules?" After breakfast, Xia Jinyuan, who was lying in bed to get in 4 drip, quickly glanced at Yi Qian, who was clearing the table, and then said in a low voice, "Didn't I tell you that this matter isn't urgent? Our team is full of majors. What's the difference whether or not they get a title? They're all majors anyway. Since they've been promoted in the file, it's settled. Why bother with a ceremony?" Xia Jinyuan didn't mention this matter to Yi Qian, nor did he think of telling Yi Qian, who knew that Commander-in-Chief Xia would say it out loud without any hint, so he almost couldn't take it back. By saying that there was no ceremony, Yi Qian, who didn't know what was going on, believed him. Chapter 22:11. Why did he reject the promotion ceremony? How could he skip such a solemn ceremony? No matter how low his voice was, she could still hear him. She had not finished packing up the things in her hands. Yi Jianjian smiled and said, "Captain Xia, I want to watch you receive your rank. Is that okay?" She looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Major to lieutenant colonel, right? You only get promoted once every few years. How can you skip the ceremony? I haven't seen you receive your rank yet." There were 3 times a soldier could show off his charisma when he enlisted. First, the first day of enlistment when he put on his uniform. Second, the rank and gun awarding ceremony. Third, the military rank promotion ceremony. She couldn't see Captain Xia's first day of enlistment or his rank and gun awarding. Now that she could see his military rank promotion, she couldn't miss it. "You didn't attend the military rank promotion ceremony because you didn't have time?" Yi Qian was very interested and couldn't help but ask another question. Actually, she also wanted to ask if it was because of the Snowfield Brigade's rules. She knew the Snowfield Brigade's rules. Before leaving the Snowfield Brigade, one's military rank would never change. For example, when Pigeon and J5 put on their uniforms, their military rank would be marked as major. If she was lucky enough to enter the Shuiyu Brigade after graduation, and if she could be promoted to major in 3 years, then she would always be a major when she wore a formal uniform, and her official rank would be like Captain Xia, secretly promoted to lieutenant colonel but still a major on the surface. She didn't quite understand why he did this. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian. He originally wanted to suppress his military rank, but after hearing Yi Qian's words, he changed his mind. "Okay, I agree. Okay, come over for the meeting tomorrow. You and your comrades will be there too." Commander-in-Chief Xia nodded. He rushed over early in the morning mainly because of this matter. Since he agreed, there was no need for him to stay. He then said to Yi Qian, "Xiao Yi, come over with him tomorrow." Coincidentally, the nurse in charge of giving Xia Jinyuan an anti-inflammatory drip came over. Commander-in-Chief Xia stood up to leave, and Yi Qian hurriedly stood up to see him off. If it were any other time, the commander-in-chief would definitely not allow Yi Qian to drive him. But this time he did not refuse. Instead, he said, "Xiao Yi, send him to my car. I want to talk to you on the way." "All right, please." Yi Qian did not notice that the man behind him was winking at Commander-in-Chief Xia as he respectfully escorted the Commander-in-Chief out of the ward. Xia Jinyuan wanted to chase after Yi Qian, but Commander-in-Chief Xia shot him a look and he could only watch helplessly as Yi Qian left the ward. What would they say when they got out? He could more or less guess the answer. After hearing the whole story, Yi Qian's heart palpitated. She had no idea that Captain Xia could have been promoted to lieutenant colonel last year, but he had been holding back because he wanted to be promoted at the same time as her. "Sixth brother is very stubborn. I was very worried before I came here, but who knew that you could change his mind with just a few words? Xiao Yi, I'll leave the important task of disciplining sixth brother to you from now on. If he does anything wrong, you can discipline him well. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." Yi Qian, whose heart had already flown back to the ward, calmed his palpitations and nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely see to it that he's promoted to lieutenant colonel." I'll never allow him to delay something as important as his promotion because of me. She was very touched. Her man had secretly done many things for her that she didn't know about. Every one of them could shock her for a long time. For her, he had sacrificed too much. How could he accept that even his military career would be delayed by her? Chapter 22:12. There was a lot to talk about, so Commander-in-Chief Xia did not take the elevator. Instead, he took Yi Qian and the guards from the 8th floor to the 1st floor. The guards in front turned on the sensor lights and kept 8 steps away from Commander-in-Chief Xia. This way, they could keep an eye on their surroundings and not disturb the conversation between the Commander-in-Chief and Yi Qian. When it came to business, the Commander-in-Chief's voice was very serious. I'm relieved to have you with me. The conferment of ranks is not a small matter, but it is related to your future promotion, experience, and qualifications. After all, the two of you can't stay in the special forces forever. When you reach a certain age, you will retire to the second line. At that time, your qualifications and experience will be related to your promotion. Don't force or snatch things that don't belong to you. However, if it's something that belongs to you, you have to hold on to it. It's related to your future and you can't let your guard down. 6th brother doesn't have much ambition. He can stay in the special forces for the rest of his life. He really likes his current profession and is willing to dedicate his life to it. However, Xiao Yi, even if I support your decision, the two of you can't stay in the special forces forever. I also have my own selfish motives. I hope that the two of you can go further and wider on this road. Your promotion will affect your future military career. Xiao Yi, I hope you can understand your father's arrangement. Yi Qian not only understood, but he also fully supported it. She was very touched by Xia Jinyuan's sacrifice, but the price was too high. It was too high for her to bear. How could he give up his promotion because of her? How could she become a stumbling block to his future? Back in the ward, Yi Qian saw that the man who had not slept all night had closed his eyes and seemed to have fallen asleep. He did not go in immediately. Instead, he stood quietly at the door and gazed at him gently. Captain Xia, you've done so much for me. I can only use my life to accompany you. You're holding back your promotion because I once said, as long as you wait for me, I will definitely catch up with you. That's why you're holding back your promotion. Back then, you said those words before our relationship was clear. At that time, you remembered them in your heart and put them into action. Captain Xia, how can I not love you deeply? How can I not spoil you, indulge you, and let you do whatever you want? Why aren't you coming in? My dad must have told you about my promotion. Xia Jinyuan opened his eyes and looked at her gently. Come here and lie on the bed with me. Yi Qian closed the door and hugged his arm as he lay there quietly. After a while, he said softly, Captain Xia, don't stop for me. I'll try my best to catch up with you. I'll try my best to be by your side. Yes, I won't do it again. He lowered his head and kissed the top of her head. The tough soldier's heart was as soft as water. I will always walk in front so that you can see me. I won't get lost. Okay, remember what you said today. Never stop because of me. I'm very touched, but I don't like it. I don't want to be your hindrance. I just want to be your motivation. I will definitely catch up to you. You said that we will walk side by side. You must believe that I have the ability to walk side by side with you. Okay. Yes, I've always believed in my little fox. Xia Jinyuan closed his eyes and spoke softly. He was a little tired. As he spoke, his eyes became heavy and his voice became lower and lower. Chapter 22:13. Yi Qian knew that this was the effect of the sleeping medicine. Before the commander-in-chief got into the car, he told her that he had spoken to the doctor and prescribed some sleeping medicine. This was good. He would be able to have a good night's sleep. Yi Qian, who was not sleepy, picked up a military book and slowly flipped through it. From time to time, she would look up to see if the drip bottle was still empty. She listened to the ticking sound of the clock ticking as she enjoyed their time together. When Li Jinyan arrived, he saw a scene that even he could not bear to disturb. He paused for a moment, then took out an old photo from his pocket and glanced at it. A strange light flashed across his cold eyes as he raised his hand and gently knocked on the tightly shut door. Yi Qian was a little surprised to see him, They had just met yesterday. With Li Jinyan's busy schedule, he did not have much time to come to the hospital. Yi Qian gently moved Xia Jinyuan's long arm away from her waist and quietly got out of bed. Li Jinyan pointed outside, motioning for her to come out and talk. Yi Qian closed the door and smiled naturally. "Are you on annual leave? Why are you so free?" "I'm not on vacation. I'm here for a meeting to get promoted like him." Li Jinyan's cold eyes had an unusual light smile. It was very gentle, but there was a deeper meaning behind it. "You'll be there tomorrow, right?" He had specially come to look for her. Even if he was not free, he had to squeeze in some time. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian's smile deepened. "Captain Xia told me that you were officers from the same period. You even participated in military training together. After that, you went to the Navy and he went to the Army. I didn't expect you to get promoted at the same time. Fate runs deep. My fate with you runs deeper." Hearing her words, Li Jinyan's cold, handsome face had a deep smile. His gaze was fixed on the face in front of him. He slowly said, "Besides the fate of fighting side by side, Yi Qian, we have an even deeper fate." "An even deeper fate?" Yi Qian did not understand. "What do you mean by an even deeper fate?" "Look at this picture." Taking out the old photo from his pocket, Jun Yan's cold face softened a little. "You must know her and be very familiar with her, right?" It wasn't a question, but a certainty. Yi Qian was stunned when she took the photo. Of course, she recognized the woman in the military uniform in the photo. That was her mother. Her mother had sacrificed herself when she was very young. Why was her mother's photo in Li Jinyan's hands? Why would there be such a photo? Li Jinyan handed the photo over and stared intently at Yi Qian, afraid that he would miss the slightest expression on her face. When he saw the shock on her face the moment she saw the photo, Li Jinyan knew that he was too excited. He was a steady and calm person. No matter how big the matter was, he would not be affected by it. However, this matter had stirred up great waves in his heart. Even his voice was not as cold as usual. Instead, it was calm and had some fluctuations. "You look very similar to the woman in the photo. From the first time I saw you, I felt an indescribable sense of familiarity towards you. It was as if I had seen you somewhere before, but I didn't have a deep impression of you. When I found this photo, I knew where I had seen you before. It turns out that the woman in the photo is your mother." Li Jinyan was already very good at controlling his emotions, so he only revealed a little. He did not suddenly reveal the truth. Instead, as he spoke, he observed Yi Qian's expression and slowly told her the truth. Chapter 22:14. Yi Qian's expression changed drastically. In the photo, a young man and woman were cuddling together, wearing old military uniforms. Their heads were leaning against each other. It looked like they were taking a wedding photo. The thought flashed through her mind, but she instinctively chose to avoid it. She chose not to think too deeply about it. "Impossible. It's impossible. It's definitely not what I'm thinking." Yi Qian, who was in an uproar, suppressed his doubts and looked up. His eyes were cold as he asked calmly, "Why do you think the woman in the photo is my mother?" Her reaction was a little unusual. Li Jinyan frowned slightly and looked at Yi Jian with a sharp gaze. When she took the photos just now, her reaction was not the same as when she was talking to him now. She was obviously shocked, but now she appeared very calm. Was she testing him? Or did she not want to know who her father was at all? Li Jinyan's eyes darkened when he remembered that her father's name was Yi Xinfan in her file. However, he couldn't blame Yi Qian. If his aunt hadn't told Yi Qian about her identity, she wouldn't have known that her biological father was someone else. "Yi Qian, she is indeed your mother. Don't you even know your own mother?" Li Jinyan realized how tricky the situation was when she refused to acknowledge her own mother. If he told her the truth, she would definitely deny it. This was not the result he wanted. The young woman in the photo was his aunt, whom his grandfather's family had never met. The young man was his uncle, who had only returned to his grandfather's family when he was 10 years old. Li Jinyan, who had deep feelings for his grandfather's family, didn't dare to tell Yi Qian the truth because he didn't know what Yi Qian was thinking. He was afraid that if he said it, it would make it harder for Yi Qian to accept it and push her further away. No, that's impossible. Yi Qian didn't even want to take the photo anymore. He quickly stuffed the photo into Li Jinian's hands like a hot potato and smiled faintly. Captain Li, there are all kinds of strange things in this world. It's normal for them to be similar. I admit that the woman in the photo does look like my mother, but she's not my mother. You're mistaken. I believe you've seen my file. I have my own parents, but they're both dead. Captain Li, you've got the wrong person. Li Jinian didn't expect her reaction to be so calm. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his heart, and he became calmer. He slowly put the photo back into his pocket. Just this small action showed how much he treasured this photo. Her reaction was too big. It was not a reaction that she could not accept, but a reaction of disgust. How could he be disgusted? Even if they didn't know each other, they wouldn't hate each other. He was too reckless. He didn't investigate the matter thoroughly before suddenly telling her. Originally, he wanted to tell Xia Jinyuan about it first. However, when he saw Yi Qian, he thought about his grandfather, who was old and couldn't go anywhere. He thought about his grandmother, who passed away with regrets. Then he thought about his mother, who didn't forget to tell him something before she passed away. No matter how calm he was, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Last night, he went to his grandfather's house and played a game of chess with his grandfather. His grandfather, who used to face all kinds of mental and physical blows, sighed to him. The light of the mulberry elm doesn't shine far. I hope the light of the morning sun is as bright as the time. That moment made him feel sad. Li Jinian stopped Yi Qian, who was about to go back to the ward. He said calmly, Yi Qian, can you listen to a story? A story from a long time ago. Can you listen to it before you leave? Chapter 22:15. The story was too complicated. It was filled with the grief of the parents and how hard life was at that time. Li Jinian wanted to tell Yi Qian. He wanted her to change her mind after hearing the story. The story is a little long. It's related to a few old people. It might take about half an hour. Please give me half an hour and let me finish. Okay? Yi Jian wasn't just resistant. She resisted until now and didn't want to hear a single word from Li Jinian. Her eyes were cold as she said, I don't want to hear it. I'm not interested. Let go, Captain Li. Why won't you listen? Is it because you already have the answer in your heart? Is that why you don't want to listen? Li Jinian did not let go. From her eyes, he saw not only disgust, but also sadness and hatred. She really should hate it, because no one knew that her aunt was pregnant with her uncle's child before she left. Yi Qian looked at him calmly. Captain Li, why should I listen? The story you want to tell has nothing to do with me. Why should I listen? Why should she listen to a story that had nothing to do with her? Her father was Yi Xinfan. There was no one else. If you're here to visit Captain Xia, you'll have to come back later. He needs to rest. I'm sorry, I can't accompany you. She refused to talk about this topic. Li Jinian saw that she was so insistent. A trace of sadness flashed across his cold face. Then he stepped aside and said calmly, I'm sorry to disturb you. That's because you're too similar to my aunt and my uncle. My grandfather's family has never seen my aunt, and this is the only photo my aunt left of my uncle. Before my grandmother died, she grabbed my mother's hand, hoping that my mother would bring my aunt home. Unfortunately, my mother couldn't find my aunt until she passed away. I'm sorry. I was too anxious and disturbed you. Yi Qian, who was holding the door lock, paused. She turned around and nodded slightly at Li Jinian. It's okay. That's right. My aunt's name is very different from your mother's name. Maybe I really made a mistake. Li Jinian took out the photo again and flipped it over to look at the bottom of the photo. The name Hong Mei was written on it with a fountain pen. He looked at it for a while, and just as Yi Qian pushed the door open and returned to the ward, he said softly, Our whole family only knows that aunt's name is Hong Mei, but we don't even know her surname. No, that's not right. You don't even know my mother's real name. Hong Mei is just her code name. Like you, her code name is Devil, and like me, her code name is Qing Niao. You don't even know my mother's real name. That man. That man clearly didn't want to marry my mother. After closing the door, Yi Qian was expressionless. He didn't even mention his mother's name to his family. When he left, he didn't even say goodbye to his mother. He just left silently. It was obvious that the man only wanted to play with his mother's feelings. She knew that she wasn't her father's biological daughter. She knew that her mother was already pregnant when she married her father. But so what? Her father's name was Yi Xinfan. He was a simple and honest farmer who had doted on her when she was young. Li Jinyan left. His tall and straight back showed a hint of sadness. He was sad for the past, sad for his grandfather's family. They didn't know that his aunt had given birth to his uncle's child. No one knew, including his uncle. Chapter 22:16. Yi Qian's reaction was a huge blow to Li Jinyan. He immediately woke up from his excitement and stopped talking. He was too anxious just now. He was so anxious that he did not have the evidence to prove that Yi Qian was his uncle's daughter. However, he did not regret it. His grandfather did not have much time left. The light of the mulberry elm does not shine far. I hope the morning sun shines brightly. This was the old man's helplessness. It was also a knot in his heart that he could not let go of for the rest of his life. The old man often said that the ancestors of the Fu family had enjoyed too much and had used up all the good fortune of their descendants. In the end, only one son and one daughter grew up. The first son was his uncle. He only returned to his grandfather's side when he was 10 years old. The second daughter was his mother. She was frail and sickly. She married into the Li family less than 10 years ago and left him sick when he was 8 years old. Fortunately, he had the support of his grandmother. His grandmother, who had lived a rough life, had someone to rely on before she died. Li Jinyan thought about his elderly grandfather and his cousin who he had found. He walked out of the hospital and drove straight to his grandfather's house. Li Jinyan's grandfather was one of the leaders in the development of space, satellites, and missiles. He had laid the foundation for China's strategic missile and led China's national defense technology industry on the right track. Now, he was respectfully called Old Master Fu. Mencius. There was a book in the book. The scholar is old, so he is called master. After thousands of years, the meaning of the word master remained unchanged. It represented strength of character, spirit, heritage, and ideology. Old Master Fu's spirit was not what it used to be. He had suffered too much when he was young. Later, he worked so hard for China's space, satellites, and missiles research that his hair turned white before he was 50 years old. Although he had retired, there were still many guests at his house. They were all scientists in China's space, satellites, and missiles research. Li Jinyan drove over. The housekeeper who was in charge of taking care of Old Master Fu's daily life said softly, "There are 2 guests from the aerospace department who are discussing problems with Old Master Fu in the study. I'm afraid you will have to wait for a while." "Okay, there is no need to disturb Old Master." Li Jinyan closed the door softly and changed into home shoes. The country took very good care of retired scientists. Their food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all top-notch. Old Master Fu liked ancient architecture, so the place where he lived was near a mountain and a river. His furniture and flooring were all made of solid wood, and the interior was decorated in Han style. Walking in was like traveling to another time and space, and when sitting by the window, one could hear the sound of the wind blowing the leaves. After entering the house, Li Jinyan pushed open the wooden sliding door and found a few old photo albums in a row of bookshelves. He sat cross-legged on a thin cushion and slowly flipped through the albums. The album recorded the lives of Old Master Fu and Old Madam Fu, as well as the changes in the Fu family's wealth. Old Master Fu and Old Madam Fu were born in a wealthy family. Both of them were smart and studious. They studied abroad and graduated from MIT and became lovers. Before they were 28 years old, they lived a rich life. From 28 to 35 years old, they faced many difficulties. But no matter how difficult their life was, Old Madam Fu insisted on taking a family photo every year. The family photo started with 1 child, then slowly increased to 2 children, then to 3 children, then to 4 children. Li Jinyan's thin lips gradually tightened because he knew that when he flipped to the next page, the 4 children would be reduced one by one until only his maternal grandfather and his pregnant grandmother were left. 3 uncles and 1 aunt, who he did not have the chance to meet, died one by one because they were homeless and had no money to treat their serious illnesses. Chapter 22:17. After Old Master Fu finished his discussion with the 2 scientists from the Aerospace Institute, he walked to his room with his cane. He had suffered a lot when he was young and had to work day and night after he entered the Aerospace Institute. Now that he was old, he could not walk properly. He even had to use a cane to walk at home. Li Jinyan was resting with his eyes closed. When he heard the door open, he opened his eyes and got up quickly. "Take your time." He helped the old man into the house and helped his gray-haired grandfather to sit down. "You're getting on in years, so you shouldn't worry too much about the Aerospace Academy. Don't worry too much or your body won't be able to take it." Old Master Fu patted his only grandson on the back of his hand and said kindly, "I don't worry about it. I just talk to him occasionally. Once you're free, if your brain doesn't work and you're lucky enough to get rusty, you might as well use your brain while you can." The old man sat down and saw the photo album on the low table. It had been a long time, and the corners of the photo album were yellowed. Although it was cloudy, it was still full of wisdom. His skinny hand trembled as he touched the cover of the photo album. His face was so old that it had brown age spots, and there was a hint of sadness that could not be dissolved. "Ever since your grandmother passed away, I rarely look at it." Old Master Fu sighed. The photo album contained memories of his life and the sadness that he could not erase. He was born into a rich family. Even though he had a butler and 2 servants to serve him when he was in the United States, he was tortured and almost died under the bullets of the United States several times in order to serve his country. When they finally returned to the country, they were forced to leave the Aerospace Academy before they had the chance to show off their skills. Between the ages of 28 and 35, he and his wife had 3 sons and 1 daughter who died one after another. They had experienced all the misery of the world. Old Ancestor Fu had enjoyed too much in the past. All the retribution of his ancestors had been inflicted on his children. There were several times when he and his wife wanted to tie a hemp rope to a tree and wrap it around their necks. They might as well go. However, when they thought about how their motherland was in dire straits, with no space, missiles, or satellites, they couldn't bear to leave just like that. There were several times when they hugged their heads and cried. After crying, they wiped their tears and continued to draw all kinds of blueprints in silence. They lived underground and used the simplest materials to complete the simplest experiments. Flipping open the photo album, the old man's gaze landed on the photo of his smiling wife. He smiled and said to Li Jinyan, "When your grandmother was young, she was a beauty within a 10-mile radius. The number of people who wanted to marry her could line up to the city gates of Yangzhou. Her aloof temperament had countless suitors overseas." Recalling his wife, the smile on the old man's face was very soft, and there was a little bit of light in his wise eyes. "Your mother looks like your grandmother, and you also look like your grandmother. Ignorant of worldly affairs? Grandfather, are you making fun of me?" Li Jinyan was afraid that he would make the old man too sad. It was rare for him to make fun of himself. "If I become aloof, then you'll be worried. You're afraid that I'll become a monk." Old Master Fu laughed. "You're not much different from a monk now. You're so young and always have a cold face. Any girl who sees you will be scared. When your mother was alive, she often told me that it's not a good thing to be young and mature. She was afraid that you would be too cold and would be easily taken advantage of. Your grandmother and I were also worried, but then we saw that you were smart and we knew that it was unnecessary." Chapter 22:18. At the mention of his daughter who had passed away, the old man's smile faded. "Your mother was weak when she was young. It was your grandmother and I who mistreated her and caused her to pass away early. If you say that, Mom would be sad if she was still alive." Li Jinyan pursed his lips and looked at the old man with a steady gaze. "Mom never thought that you and grandmother mistreated her. If it weren't for you two protecting her, I might not even exist in this world. Your mother was considerate since she was young. The old man's withered fingers gently caressed his daughter, who had passed away almost 20 years ago. Tears were already glistening in his eyes. Your mother, your uncle. They suffered too much with us. Li Jinyan raised his hand and gently wiped the tears from the corners of the old man's eyes. His grandfather and grandmother had suffered too much, but they still contributed to the country without any complaints or regrets. This was something he admired very much. The old man and his grandmother's 3 sons and 1 daughter died one after another. When his wife was 37 years old, she gave birth to another daughter, Jinyan's mother, Fu Yuan. Their life had been stable for less than 2 years. But then there was a storm. Because the Fu family was suddenly reported for harboring evil intentions, the Fu family, who had finally found a place to live, was in trouble again. Old Master Fu's youngest sister and the only daughter of the Fu family, Miss Fu, got married in a hurry. Half a year later, Old Master Fu gave his 1-month-old son, Fu Yuxing, to his sister's family. Originally, he wanted to go back and pick him up after the chaos, but he didn't expect that his youngest son, Fu Yuxing, would be left with his sister's family until he was 4 years old. Later, his sister's family broke off contact, and he also lost contact with his only son, Fu Yuxing. It wasn't until Fu Yuxing was 10 years old that he was found and brought back to his side. Yuxing, I only wanted Yuxing to be safe, but in the end, I didn't want them to be safe. The old man flipped through the photo album page by page. When he saw his 3 sons and 1 daughter who died young and his youngest daughter who died young, his heart was heavy. When he saw a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes, the old man sighed from the depths of his chest. It was so heavy that the air seemed to freeze. Jinyan, uncle hasn't been home for 4 years. I don't know why, but I keep thinking about him. This was his only son who had grown up and was also the only child who was still alive. His lifeless voice trembled a little. I don't know if I can wait for him to come back. After saying that, the old man coughed deeply. At that moment, his hunched back bent even more, and he looked even older. Li Jinyan, who quickly stood up to soothe the old man, said in a low voice, "It's because of the nature of my uncle's work. He can't come back even if he wants to. Don't worry. He will come back to see you as soon as he finishes his work." Li Jinyan's uncle, Fu Yuxing, had taken over his father's business and was now engaged in missile research in a remote area of the country. It was common for him to not return for 3 to 5 years. The old man, whose health was deteriorating day by day, often thought of his only living son. Sometimes he would stare at Fu Yuxing's photo for an entire day. When he heard this, Li Jinyan, who was trembling with fear, pursed his lips into a sharp line. Due to the nature of his uncle's work, he couldn't be filial to his grandfather, but as a junior, he had to share his elder's burdens and solve his problems. Yiqian. He still had to find her. Jinyan, if grandfather doesn't wait for your uncle to come back, you have to remember to continue looking for your aunt on behalf of your uncle and the Fu family. You have to find her. Even if she's no longer alive, you have to find her family. Understand? Chapter 22:19. This was your grandmother's last wish. In the future, it will also become your grandfather's last wish. It is also your uncle's greatest wish in his life. The old man was a little tired. He closed the yellowed album and sealed away his memories. He then said to Li Jinyan, "I'll keep this album. You should stop looking at it. These were all bad memories. Why would he make things difficult for his only descendant? You should rest for a while. Leave the search for Aunt to me." Li Jinyan took out a blanket from the cabinet and laid it directly on top of the tatami mat. He placed the buckwheat pillow in place and carefully helped the old man lie down to rest. "You should sleep. I'll come back to see you later." He was going to look for Yiqian right now and tell Xia Jinyuan about this matter. For the sake of the wishes of 3 generations of the Fu family, he had to go back to the hospital to look for Yiqian. No matter how much she resisted, he still had to look for her. In the hospital, Yiqian looked down slightly and said, "I didn't admit it and I don't want to admit it. To me, it doesn't matter if I know my biological father or not. I only know that my father passed away a long time ago. There can't be another father in this world." "Captain Xia, The next time Captain Lee looks for you, just reject him on my behalf. Tell him that he got the wrong person. The woman in the photo is not my mother." His tone was very calm, without a trace of emotion. This was not good. It meant that Yi Qian had been suppressing his emotions. To Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian might be Li Jinyan's cousin. The sudden news really shocked him. "No, don't talk about it. Let's just talk about old Master Fu." This old man was not an ordinary person. Even old Master Fu had to salute him when he saw him. This old man was one of the founders of our country's missiles, atomic bombs, and space satellites. He was one of the main indicators of a country's strategic nuclear power and the development of military science and technology, strategic missiles. Yi Qian probably didn't know about all this. If Yi Qian was really old Master Fu's granddaughter, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but sit up straight. His handsome face instantly became serious. "Yi Qian, do you know who Li Jinyan's grandfather is?" Even if it was Xia Jinyuan who asked this question, Yi Qian still resisted it from the bottom of her heart. However, because of his serious expression, when he mentioned who Li Jinyan's grandfather was even more respectful. Yi Qian shook her head. "He didn't mention it. I'm not sure. Fu Yiwei is old Master Fu. He is Li Jinyan's maternal grandfather. He is a legendary old man." Xia Jinyuan looked into her eyes and said slowly, "You are familiar with him, right?" "How could I be unfamiliar with him?" Yi Qian was shocked. She immediately said, "Li Jinyan must have mistaken me for someone else. I should have taken a closer look at the young woman in the photo. I'm starting to suspect that my eyes were playing tricks on me. That's right. I must have mistaken her for someone else. The woman in the photo just looks like my mother." Needless to say, Li Jinyan must have mistaken her for someone else, and she must have seen wrongly as well. Xia Jinyuan saw how anxious she was to clear her name and couldn't help but laugh. "I'm also a little suspicious. We have to clarify this matter first. I'll call him and ask him to come over again." "I'll call him." Yi Qian regretted being so impulsive earlier. Li Jinyan, who was rushing to the hospital, received a call from Yi Qian. After she finished speaking, he said calmly, "I'll be there in half an hour. Wait for me for a while." Mistaken her for someone else? How could that be? Chapter 22:20. After this call, Li Jinyan was even more confident that he could convince Yi Qian to visit his grandfather. If he had known that bringing up his grandfather's identity would be so effective, he would have brought it up right from the start so that Yi Qian wouldn't be offended. Yi Qian put down his phone and said to Xia Jinyuan with some lingering fear, "Luckily, I didn't say anything overboard. I only said that he got the wrong person. Luckily, I don't have the habit of scolding people. If I had said anything that insulted old Master Fu, I wouldn't have dared to ask for his forgiveness even if I had to beg for forgiveness. It was too scary, too scary." She really didn't expect Li Jinyan to be old Master Fu's grandson. She also didn't expect that old Master Fu would be one of the stories he told her from a long time ago. Luckily, she suppressed her anger at the time and didn't say anything overboard. Luckily. Yi Qian patted his chest gently. He was so nervous that he had to gulp down a large glass of cold water to suppress the lingering fear in his heart. Old Master Fu was a hero who devoted himself to national defense and led the country's missile and satellite research. He was the hero who made sure that the country was no longer threatened by other countries. She definitely couldn't be his granddaughter. It was too scary, too scary. Her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Seeing how nervous she was, Xia Jinyuan smiled and didn't say anything. Got the wrong person. Did he see wrongly? That was unlikely. Little Fox wasn't an ordinary person. She was a Special Forces soldier who had undergone special training. She was a Special Forces soldier who could accurately find a target in thousands of photos. How could she get the wrong person? When he said that he was suspicious, it was mainly because he was too shocked. Because he had done a detailed investigation, he subconsciously thought that he might have gotten the wrong person. After calming down and thinking about it, the possibility of getting the wrong person was not high. Old Master Fu was a genius. His IQ was much higher than everyone else's. His classmates had the illusion that they were actually mentally retarded. It was the same for Yi Qian. It might be a hereditary IQ, Xia Jinyuan thought to himself. But he did not tell Yi Qian. He was already so nervous. If he said it out loud, he was afraid that he would be so nervous that he would not want to meet Li Jinyan. 30 minutes later, Li Jinyan pushed open the door and walked calmly to Yi Qian's side. Before he could say anything, Yi Qian said, "Demon King, show me the photo again. I must have mistaken you for someone else. You can look at the photos later. Let me tell you a story first." Li Jinyan moved a small stool to the side of the bed and sat down. His cold and calm eyes stared at Yi Qian as he told an old story. This was a story about old Master Fu when he was young. He talked about the things that happened during those years, his children who died young, his daughter Fu Yuan and his son Fu Yuxing. These things and these people made Yi Qian's heart ache as he listened quietly. It turned out that old Master Fu's life was so rough. My uncle went to the army with a mission and met a female soldier named Hong Mei. Uncle fell in love with her and soon fell in love with her. When it was time to get married, Uncle was suddenly recalled and grounded for a year. This story made Yi Qian's pupil's contract. Suddenly recalled and locked up for a year. In her mother's diary, it was mentioned that the man she loved had suddenly disappeared without leaving a word behind. Could it be? Could it be that he was right? Mother really? For a moment, Yi Qian's heart was in a mess. His brain could not think straight. Chapter 22-21. Li Jinyan, who had returned to the hospital, was determined to bring Yi Qian to old Master Fu. Thus, he stared intently at Yi Qian the entire time, not missing the slightest change in her expression. Seeing that Yi Qian's expression had changed drastically because of what he said, he felt that he might have found a breakthrough. His voice, as cold as the snow on Mount Tianshan, slowly recounted the past that had been sealed away for a long time, but had always been remembered by everyone in the Fu family. No one in the family knew about my uncle's sudden recall, including my maternal grandparents. A year later, my maternal grandfather, who was researching a certain technology, had a week's leave. My maternal grandfather, who had not been home for 3 years, decided to go home to take a look. However, before he could leave the research base, he was invited to another place. Yi Qian's hands, which were resting on her knees, clenched tightly. Her mother had clearly written in her diary, "I waited outside happily. I waited until the sun rose. I waited until the sun was high in the sky. I waited until the sunset covered the sky and the sun's last ray of light disappeared. I still waited." When she saw this sentence, she did not understand the deeper meaning behind it. With the devil's words, could she think of it this way? Her mother waited from sunrise to sunset. Was she waiting for the man she loved to register their marriage with her? Could she understand it this way? Don't worry. Calm down and listen to what the devil has to say. Now was not the time for her to speak. It was not the time for everything to be clear. Her tightly clenched hands had just loosened when they were held by a slender and strong hand. She reflexively held this hand tightly, as if she had found someone to rely on. Even her heartbeat became much calmer. A very touching love story. Listen well, Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan held her hand tightly. His deep eyes contained a faint smile that could calm Yi Qian even more. He reminded her gently, "Don't get distracted. Listen to the whole story first." Li Jinyan subtly glanced at her interlocked fingers with Xia Jinyuan's right hand. His thin lips, which had been pressed tightly, suddenly broke into a faint smile. He was no longer nervous, no longer worried that Yi Qian would suddenly refuse to listen to him, because he knew that his past had successfully attracted Yi Qian, making her calm down and listen to him slowly. Even now, grandfather still remembers that it took him 5 days and 5 nights to arrive at a deserted place with only yellow sand. Here he saw his uncle, whom he hadn't seen for almost 4 years. Only then did he learn that his uncle had been confined here for more than a year. Someone reported to the army that my uncle had leaked the secret and that he had secret connections with foreign countries. Uncle and grandfather are both engaged in missile research. Someone reported him for leaking secrets. Regardless of whether it's true or not, it's very serious. To be on the safe side, We immediately took away all the research materials in Uncle's hands and secretly took them away. When he arrived at his destination, Grandfather saw my uncle, whom he hadn't seen for 4 years and whom he couldn't even write a letter to. It was also at this time that he found out that my uncle had been confined for a year. He also found out that my uncle had a girlfriend in the army that he was preparing to get married. Unfortunately, 3 days before my uncle and my aunt registered their marriage, my uncle was suddenly recalled from confinement and lost contact with his fiancée. Yi Qian, whose eyes were dark, looked up and stared unblinkingly at Li Jinyan as if to confirm something. She didn't speak immediately. Li Jinyan, who was interrupted by her gaze, suddenly felt his heart tighten. He didn't show it on his face as he calmly waited for Yi Qian to speak. Chapter 22:22. After a while, Yi Qian asked suspiciously, "Why haven't we written to each other in the past 4 years?" "That's because our country's missile and satellite research was carried out in secret on a zero-foundation basis. In order to keep it a secret, all the scientists involved in the research were not allowed to leave the research base easily. They were also not allowed to contact their families casually and lived in isolation from the rest of the world." Xia Jinyuan answered Yi Qian in a deep voice and full of respect. "It's normal that you haven't written to your family in the past 4 years." Yi Qian was filled with deep veneration when he heard this. Li Jinyan knew that Xia Jinyuan was speaking up for him, so he nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Grandfather and grandmother are both engaged in research and development and rarely come home. They don't know what's going on with my mother and uncle, so it's normal for them not to receive any letters from their children for a year. This is also why grandfather doesn't know that uncle has been in confinement for as long as a year, and he doesn't know that uncle is preparing to get married. After uncle secretly told them about this, grandfather immediately asked a friend to investigate in secret, but he didn't find anything. There's no female soldier named Hong Mei in the army. Yi Qian's fingertips were trembling. Could it be that Mom didn't tell anyone her real name? That's why he didn't find out where she was? He went back to the army to look for Mom after a year, but Mom wasn't even in the army at that time. She went home to give birth to her. That's why he didn't find out where she was? Yi Qian's heart was in turmoil as he guessed and thought. A year ago, uncle and aunt were preparing to get married. A year later, grandfather went to investigate again, but there was no news at all. For a long time, grandfather wondered if uncle had gone insane after being confined for a year. The so-called fiancé was just a figment of uncle's imagination and didn't exist. If it wasn't for this photo, Li Jinyan took out the old photo again and looked down at the young man and woman in the photo. There was a slight ripple in his cold voice. It was because of this photo that grandfather confirmed that uncle did have a fiancée who was about to get a marriage certificate. Li Jinyan handed the photo back to Yi Jian. His expression was cold, and his dark, unfathomable eyes revealed a faint light. It was a light filled with hope. "Yi Jian, I'm willing to invite you to take a good, serious look at this photo again. Okay?" There were too many emotions in his eyes that made Yi Qian's heart heavy. She didn't even have the courage to reach out her hand. What if he had mistaken her for someone else? She didn't reach out to take it, so Li Jinyan kept holding it in his hand, patiently waiting for her to reach out. "Take it and take a good look at it." Xia Jinyuan tightened his grip on her hand and moved closer to her. He said gently and calmly, "For your own sake and for Mr. Lu's sake, you should take it and take a good look at it." The familiar aura that made her feel at ease wrapped around her, giving her the courage to reach out her hand. The moment she took the photo, Yi Qian saw Li Jinyan's tense shoulders visibly relax. He was actually afraid that she would reject him again. Yi Qian took a deep breath and looked down. She wasn't mistaken. The young woman in the photo was indeed her mother. There was a photo in the diary of her mother wearing a military uniform with the same smile. Even the size was the same. The only difference was that it was a photo of her mother alone. Chapter 22:23. Yi Qian stared at him for a long time, so long that Li Jinyan couldn't help but hold his breath. His expression was tense as he stared at Yi Qian. It felt like a century had passed before Yi Qian finally spoke in a low voice. "Hong Mei is not my mother's name. It's just her code name. My mother was part of the first batch of female special forces soldiers in our country with a code name. Hong Mei is not her name. Sir, you returned to the military a year later to find out about my mother's whereabouts. At that time, my mother had just given birth to me. She was at home and didn't return to the military. Li Jinyan was very close to his maternal grandfather's family. His relationship with his uncle was more like that of a father and son. When he heard Yi Qian's words, even someone as calm as him became excited. No wonder grandfather didn't find out about my aunt's whereabouts. It turns out that Hong Mei isn't my aunt's real name. Li Jinyan's voice trembled because of his excitement. His gaze fell on the photo and he suddenly looked up at Yi Qian. So, Yi Qian, you admit that my aunt is your mother and my uncle is your father. You admit it, right? Yi Qian didn't look up. She kept staring at the young man and woman in the photo as if she wanted to carve their faces into her heart. I don't know if your uncle is my father. I only know that the young woman in the photo is my mother. In her previous life, she didn't know that her father was someone else. In this life, not only did she know, but she also saw his photo. She wasn't surprised, only panicked. She didn't know how to face the panic. As long as she admitted that her aunt was her mother, everything would be fine. Li Jinyan, whose gaze never left her, said in a hoarse voice, "If you want to know if my uncle is your father, Yi Qian, it's not difficult. As long as you want to know, we'll know immediately." Did your uncle look for my mother after that? Did he look for her himself? Or did he ask someone else to do it? Yi Qian did not answer him. Instead, he seemed to want to verify something. His voice suddenly became very cold. "Demon King, please answer me seriously." She couldn't immediately accept Fu Yuxing as her father, nor could she say it out loud. She could only use uncle as a temporary replacement. As long as uncle has time, he will personally look for aunt. He personally told me that as long as he is still alive, he will definitely not give up looking for her. To this day, her uncle was still unmarried. The column in his file said, "Married." Not only did my uncle never give up, but my grandmother also told my mother before she died that she must help my uncle find my aunt. Before my mother passed away, she told me that I must help my uncle find my aunt. I just came from my grandfather's house, and when I came to the hospital, my grandfather told me that he hoped that I could continue to help my uncle find my aunt and help the Fu family find my aunt. Even if she is no longer alive, I have to find her family. Yi Qian, counting from my maternal grandmother's generation, 3 generations of the Fu family have been searching for my aunt. As long as there is no news, they will not give up. Yi Qian was already in tears. "Mother, did you hear that? Did you hear that? The person you love deeply did not abandon you. He did not mean to let you wait from sunrise to sunset. He really wanted to go with you to get the marriage certificate, but he could not. Mother, did you hear that? Did you hear that? The person you love deeply did not abandon you. He has always been looking for you. He has never given up looking for you. Not only that, his family has always been looking for you. They have never given up. They have never given up." Chapter 22-24. Yi Qian sobbed softly with tears streaming down her face. As her tears flowed out, the stone in her heart finally shattered. Even though her mother did not manage to wait for her lover to marry her, in the eyes of the man she loved deeply, her mother was his wife. Even if they did not have a marriage certificate, her mother was his wife. At this moment, Yi Qian's tears flowed like a broken dam. She was so happy that she could no longer control her emotions. In front of the 2 men, she could not stop crying. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened. He did not try to persuade her to stop crying. Instead, he raised his hand and gently stroked her back. "Cry, cry. Let your tears wash away all the sadness in your heart." He blamed himself for not realizing that his little fox cared so much about these things. In her heart, her biological father was a heartless man who abandoned his wife and daughter. Even though she did not mention it, there was always a knot in her heart. That was right. She had been tortured as a child. Ying had a father and a mother who loved her dearly, while she had no parents and was bullied by Ying. When she needed the protection and care of her parents the most, she did not receive any care. She had to rely on herself to get through it. When she was beaten, wronged, or scolded, she could only curl up in a corner and lick the scars in her heart. No one would stand up for her. No one would feel sorry for her. She could only rely on herself and no one else. At that time, even though she did not know that her biological father was someone else, once she found out, how could she not hate him? He even boasted that he knew her best. But in the end, with deep self-blame in his eyes, Xia Jinyuan tightly hugged his lover, who made his entire body ache. He tilted his head slightly and kept kissing her hair. I'm sorry, my little fox. It was my oversight. I did not realize that you cared so much about this matter. If I had known earlier, I would not have let you suffer so much. I would not have let Li Jinyan bring up this matter first and make you cry. Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips. In front of Li Jinyan, he pulled Yi Qian, who was crying like an injured animal, into his arms. He stroked the back of her head with one hand and let her tears flow into his clothes. This time, Yi Qian was crying really hard. She buried herself in Xia Jinyuan's arms and gripped his shirt tightly with both hands. She cried so hard that her body twitched. Other than the sound of her crying, there was no other sound in the ward. The two men did not dare to speak easily. They quietly accompanied her and let her cry. Xia Jinyuan hugged Yi Qian and let her cry in his arms. Meanwhile, Li Jinyan clenched his fists and tried his best to suppress the urge to hug his only sister. This was his little sister, the only sister that he could truly feel a blood connection with. Her cries told him that her life was not going as well as it should have been. No, it was not that her life was not going well, but it was filled with suffering. Li Jinyan clenched his fists even tighter. His cold and handsome face was as dark as water, and there were wisps of haze between his eyebrows. The air pressure around him was low, as if he was wrapped in dark clouds, making him look gloomy. He needed to investigate his sister's past life. He had to do it properly. He had to find out everything. In the past, her life was filled with suffering. In the future, he had to make sure that her life was filled with love. He did not ask to make up for her past suffering. He only hoped that her life would be bright and sunny in the future. Chapter 22-25. Hearing that her voice was hoarse from crying, Li Jinyan pursed his lips and stood up. He silently poured a cup of warm water, his thin lips moving slightly as he said to Xia Jinyuan, "The weather is dry. Let her drink a cup of water first." Li Jinyan's idea was to drink a cup of water before crying. Xia Jinyuan nodded slightly and took the cup of water from him. He lowered his head and whispered softly into Yi Qian's ear, "Little fox, let's drink a cup of water first. Our voices are hoarse from crying." With one arm around Yi Qian's shoulder and the other holding the cup of water, Li Jinyan's gaze darkened. His cold gaze swept over the man who was hugging his sister. Li Jinyan pursed his lips even tighter. If he dared to bully his sister in the future, he would have to bear the consequences. Also, hugging and kissing before they were even married. He had to remind his sister to not let Xia Jinyuan take advantage of her. Li Jinyan, who had yet to receive Yi Qian's acknowledgement, was now calling himself her brother. Xia Jinyuan, who was lowering his head to persuade Yi Qian to drink water, suddenly felt a razor-sharp gaze sweep over him. He looked up and saw Li Jinyan, who was sitting by the hospital bed, staring at him unblinkingly. His gaze was somewhat unfriendly as it swept over his hands that were hugging little fox from time to time. His gaze was so sharp that it was as if he wanted to cut off his hands. If little fox became old Master Fu's granddaughter, then wouldn't Demon King Li become little fox's brother? Wouldn't he become Demon King Li's brother-in-law? Xia Jinyuan suddenly felt that something was not right. Demon King Li's gaze was so unfriendly that it was as if he had kidnapped his sister. Once Yi Qian called him brother. His life would not be easy. That would not be good. Before they even started, Li Jinyan was already dissatisfied with Xia Jinyuan's hugging of Yi Qian. However, Li Jinyan didn't say it out loud. He knew very well that he didn't have the right, nor did he have the right to disagree. From Yi Qian's expression, He could tell that she trusted Xia Jinyuan a lot. She was willing to tell Xia Jinyuan everything that was on her mind. As a brother who had yet to be acknowledged, his position in Yi Qian's heart was far inferior to Xia Jinyuan's. Li Jinyan was well aware of his own limitations, so he only glanced at her once before looking away. Fortunately, Yi Qian did not continue crying. She had been crying for about 10 minutes, and after venting all the negative emotions in her heart, she gradually stopped crying. Hearing Xia Jinyuan advising her to drink a glass of water, she took a deep breath to calm herself down and waited until her breathing calmed down before she lifted her head from his arms. Sorry, I cried a little too much. Yi Qian took the glass of water. Her eyes were as red as a little rabbit's. She looked apologetic. When I thought of some things, I couldn't hold back my tears. I just wanted to cry to my heart's content. This was probably the first time in her life that she had cried so miserably. Even when she was beaten by Captain Xia and had to be hospitalized, she did not shed a single tear. She knew that her biological father did not abandon his wife and daughter on purpose. She did not know why, but she could not suppress the grievance in her heart. She just wanted to cry. You never need to apologize in front of me. Li Jinyan pulled out a tissue and handed it to Yi Qian. His usually cold voice was unbelievably gentle. Wipe your tears. Your eyes are like a rabbit's. Her eyes and nose were red from crying. She really looked like a little white rabbit. Li Jinyan couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. Chapter 22-26. At that moment, Xia Jinyuan felt a sense of crisis. What Li Jinyan was doing now was exactly what he should be doing as a boyfriend. It wasn't just any kind of trouble, it was quite troublesome. The devil, whose face was so cold that even male soldiers were afraid of him, could very well be a guy who spoiled his sister to the point of having no principles. It was really hard to get used to such a devil. Yi Qian, who took the tissue to wipe her tears, didn't know that Xia Jinyuan's heart was in turmoil. She said, "Thank you," a little embarrassedly, and avoided Li Jinyan's caring gaze. Xia Jinyuan wasn't the only one who wasn't used to it. Yi Qian wasn't used to it either. The devil, Li Jinyan, had a strong reputation. In training and in daily life, he was always expressionless, and his eyes were as cold as the snow that never melted. Even if he just glanced around, it would give people the illusion that their hearts were being pierced by thousands of arrows. She had experienced this illusion before, but now he was handing her water and tissue, and even said something emotional. Yi Qian hid her discomfort by drinking water. Li Jinyan wasn't anxious when he knew that she was avoiding him. He knew that before today, he was just Yi Qian's comrade and there was nothing special about him. But now that his status had suddenly changed, he could understand that she couldn't accept it for the time being and chose to avoid him. There was still a long way to go. He would let her know that he was a very qualified brother, so he wasn't in a hurry. He wasn't in a hurry, but his grandfather was a little anxious. Seeing that her emotions had stabilized and there was no longer any sadness on her face, Li Jinyan asked carefully, "Can you come with me to visit my grandfather today? The old man's condition is getting worse by the day. The housekeeper told me that my grandfather hasn't slept for the past few nights and has been sitting alone until dawn. I'm very worried. Can you come with me to visit the old man?" Yi Qian, who wasn't mentally prepared, wanted to reject him, but she swallowed her words. Xia Jinyuan gently squeezed her hand to stop her from blurting out the words that were about to escape her mouth. "Let's go and visit the old man. Not for anything else, but for all that he has done for the country. Yi Qian, as a soldier, you should also visit him. His little fox had suffered too much and suffered too much. Now that she had found her family, he still hoped that she could return to the Fu family, a home where her family was waiting for her, even if she was about to have a brother who might take away his job as a boyfriend. Xia Jinyuan looked at her with a smile, giving her the courage to take the next step forward. "I'll accompany you. Let's go visit the old man together." Yi Jian was silent. She knew that she was timid. She had never thought that she would still have relatives in this world. Suddenly, she had a father, grandfather, and brother. She was not prepared to face them at all. What if it's not true? What if there was a mistake? "With me by your side, little fox," Will you still be afraid? Xia Jinyuan didn't give her a chance to back away. He placed his hands on her shoulders and made her face him. His deep eyes looked at her gently and firmly, encouraging her. No matter what happens, you will always have me by your side. After remaining silent for a long time, Yi Qian looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was encouraging her to take the next step. She then looked at Demon King Li, who was holding his breath and waiting for her answer. After a long while, her cold voice sounded in the quiet ward. Okay. Chapter 22-27. The word, okay, made Li Jinyan's eyes sting. Almost losing his composure, he secretly adjusted his breathing and said, okay. After he finishes his drip, we'll go home together. He said go home, which showed how much he was looking forward to it. It was also at this moment that Yi Qian's heart trembled slightly. Loved ones. Did she really have any loved ones other than Uncle Chun and Grandpa Zhen? Did she really have any? What if it was a mistake? What if it wasn't true? What if it was just an empty joy? Sitting in the car, Yi Qian was uneasy because of all kinds of uncertainty. He didn't feel happy at all. When you see old master later, just greet him respectfully. Since Li Jinyan didn't say anything else, you don't have to worry too much about it. Acknowledging your ancestors is a big deal, so he won't do it casually. He has to make all the necessary arrangements. Xia Jinyuan held her hand. It was a little cold and a little nervous. He smiled and said in a low voice, don't think about anything else. Just think that you're going to visit a great scientist. He was telling Yi Qian not to treat old Master Fu as his grandfather, but to visit a great scientist with a respectful heart. With him by her side, Yi Qian did indeed calm down a lot. Li Jinyan was very grateful for Xia Jinyuan's help. If it weren't for his help today, Yi Qian wouldn't have agreed to go home with him so easily. His sister should have trusted her family the most, but now she trusted Xia Jinyuan so much. Li Jinyan was happy and bitter at the same time. He was happy that his sister had a man who understood her, loved her, and cared for her. He also felt bitter because he didn't accompany her through all the difficulties and didn't even know how many difficulties she went through. Li Jinyan glanced at the rearview mirror from the corner of his eye and saw that Yi Jian's attention was all on Xia Jinyuan. She didn't seem happy about going home. Li Jinyan couldn't bear to look away. To her, was family kinship something that did not exist? Had she never thought of receiving the care of her loved ones? Was it because he was so disappointed in his family that he no longer desired it? Then what kind of environment did she live in? Just how much had she suffered for her to be so indifferent and insecure? Li Jinyan thought back to the first time he met Yi Qian and saw the maturity between her brows that was beyond her age. His heart suddenly ached. His sister should have grown up like a princess and been pampered by her family. But because of fate, the Fu family did not even know of her existence. Li Jinyan, whose emotions had been fluctuating, finally calmed down when the car drove into the depths of a park that hid the hustle and bustle of the city. Back then, when the capital was planned, the original appearance of the entire mountain was deliberately preserved. On the left is the suburban park, and on this side is the place where the old scientists retire. It is guarded by armed police, and ordinary people are not allowed to enter or leave at will. In order to let Yi Qian relax, Xia Jinyuan picked a topic to introduce the place. The scientists who developed the first generation of computers also live here. The small houses hidden behind the trees are all old scientists who are national treasures. If you meet any old man here, his identity will definitely shock you. The car followed the winding mountain road. Through the car window, Yi Qian saw several small red brick houses. When she thought about how the people living in these houses were all scientists who had dedicated their lives to the country, the nervousness in her heart disappeared and was replaced by respect. Chapter 22-28. After turning a corner, Yi Qian saw two old men holding hands in front of him. Their backs were hunched, but they looked quite elegant as they walked slowly. Beside the two old men's feet was a pair of puppies wagging their tails happily. They chased after the two old men's footsteps, ran in front of them happily, and whimpered back to the two old men's feet. They shook their heads and wagged their tails to make the two old men happy. Xia Jinyuan did not know the two old men. Li Jinyan introduced them. This is Mr. Tang and his wife, Professor Su. Mr. Tang was the first generation of core computer scientists in our country, and Professor Su was the senior engineer who completed the magnetic core memory. The two old men devoted themselves to computer research and development in our country and did not leave behind any children. Not only Mr. Tang and Professor Su, but almost all the scientists and senior engineers who lived here did not leave behind any children. They dedicated their lives to the development of our country's science. Yi Qian, who had never heard of this before, had forgotten where he was going. He was so shocked that he did not know what to say. The car passed by the two elders. Yi Jian turned her head and looked at the two stooped but tall figures with respect in her eyes. Xia Jinyuan, who had retracted his gaze, talked about the past in a deep voice. This was a story about how poor people had no dignity and poor countries had no status. At that time, our country did not have the ability to manufacture our own weapons. Even the weapons used by the army were all produced overseas. Under such circumstances, the older generation of scientists worked hard to realize our dream of becoming a powerful country with a strong army. When we went out for an interview, our scientists always listened the most seriously and were the most humble. In the late 1950s, a big country that was originally helping our country suddenly left, leaving behind a pile of burning blueprints. In order to save the blueprints from the fire, our old scientists did not dare to use water to put out the fire. Instead, they reached their hands into the fire and snatched the blueprints back. Then they pieced the blueprints back together bit by bit. They knelt on the ground and carefully pieced them back together. This time, they knelt not for the blueprints, but for their dignity. From being passive to being independent, from being dependent to being confident, the reason why a big country could rise was because there were many scientists like Mr. Fu. They contributed silently to the rise of a big country. They even sacrificed their lives for the rise of a big country. They were willing to give up everything for the rise of a big country. Yi Qian, if we compare our current lives with the suffering that the old scientist once suffered, do you still think that you can't overcome the hurdle, that you can't take the courage to take the next step? Yi Qian heard the tears in her eyes and shook her head. There was nothing else. Compared to what the old scientist had gone through, what else could she not overcome? Demon King, it's true that I'm not sure if your uncle is my father, so I won't be able to call old Mr. Grandpa later, but I'll cooperate with you to see if I'm really old Mr.'s granddaughter. The car had just entered a flat paved road that extended from the main road when Yi Qian's sudden words caught Li Jinian off guard, and he slammed on the brakes. They didn't expect him to slam on the brakes, and the two people sitting in the back fell forward. If it weren't for the two people's agility, their faces would have hit the back of the driver's seat. Demon King, drive properly. Xia Jinyuan held Yi Qian's hand tightly and sat properly. She teased, I'm injured. You can't deliberately play tricks on me just because I'm Yi Qian's boyfriend. Chapter 22-29. Yi Qian was very nervous. How's your wound? Let me take a look. His words made her tense up. Xia Jinyuan hurriedly said, It's fine. It's fine. Don't be nervous. I was just scaring him. He didn't manage to scare the devil, but his little fox got scared. Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he's fine, as long as he's fine, Li Jinian wasn't scared. If he was that weak, he wouldn't be Q King. He didn't immediately start the car. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Yi Qian with dark eyes. You'll really cooperate? Yes, we'll cooperate. Yi Qian nodded solemnly. Ever since she found out that she had no choice in what happened back then, and that she didn't abandon her wife and daughter on purpose, Yi Qian knew that she had already accepted the person she had never met in her 2 lifetimes, her father. However, the word father was too unfamiliar to her. Ever since she lost her parents, she had never called out father or mother again. She was so unfamiliar with the word father that she didn't know how to pronounce it. This was another piece of good news since Yi Qian agreed to go home. Li Jinian's cold face broke into a deep smile. His features were extremely handsome, as if they were carefully carved. Usually, his cold expression would make people fearful of him, but now that he suddenly smiled, he was so handsome that people couldn't take their eyes off him. However, his smile was short-lived. It wasn't breathtaking yet, and his expression was ice-cold again. Grandfather often told him that life didn't bring disaster to people, but that they should learn to cherish and let go. They should learn to cherish the present and let go of the past. His sister suddenly said that she would cooperate with him. Did he think that she had already let go of her prejudice against uncle? That she had let go of her past? Li Jinyan was overjoyed. He looked at Xia Jinyuan, who had been speaking up for the Fu family, and thanked him sincerely. Today he had been encouraging Yi Qian from the very beginning. That was why she had been able to accept the Fu family so quickly. In his eyes, he could see the deep love and encouragement he had for Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan was not only his sister's lover, but he was also her guide in life. He used his own way to guide his sister so that she could go further and broaden her mind. He admired Xia Jinyuan's character and felt reassured. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "You don't have to thank me. I only care about Yi Qian, not anyone else." He didn't want to see his little fox being troubled by things. He didn't want to see her worrying because of it. He didn't want to see his little fox unhappy at all, so he would do his best to help her. When faced with a predicament, avoiding it would only make things worse. Only by facing it head-on and facing it bravely was the true way to solve the problem. After driving for a while, the car saw a small bungalow surrounded by maple trees. The bungalow did not have a metal gate, so the car drove straight into the bungalow and parked in the designated parking space. Li Jinyan got out of the car with light footsteps. He walked up the steps and rang the doorbell. Yi Qian, who was standing at the bottom of the steps, hurriedly straightened her clothes and asked Xia Jinyuan to check if her military cap was on properly. Before she could straighten her uniform, the tightly shut door opened. A white-haired old man with a kind aura stood at the door. The moment Yi Qian saw the old man, she didn't know why, but she suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. When the old man's eyes met hers, she couldn't help but hold her breath. "Grandfather, I brought 2 friends to visit you." Li Jinyan held the old man's arm and turned his body slightly so that the old man could see his friends better. Chapter 2230. As Li Jinyan turned sideways, Yi Qian could see Mr. Fu more clearly. Similarly, Mr. Fu could see the girl standing in the sunlight with a faint smile on her face. She was as quiet as a painting. It was as if they had passed through centuries and reincarnations before they finally looked into each other's eyes. Even the wind couldn't bear to disturb them. It made everything stop, leaving only silence. Mr. Fu, who was supported by his grandson, looked at Yi Qian and asked Li Jinyan, "Where did you find such a beautiful girl? This is the first time you've brought a girl home to see me." Mr. Fu's hands trembled as he held onto his walking stick. He said, "This is the first time you've brought a girl home. Why do I feel like this girl looks familiar? Jinyan, have I seen this little girl somewhere before?" With that sentence, Yi Qian, who had finally calmed down and met Mr. Fu's kind eyes, felt her heart skip a beat. Her heart rate instantly soared. It was as if a seed had suddenly fallen into her chest, took root and sprouted. In an instant, it grew crazily, making her chest feel as if it was about to explode. That feeling was like a fallen leaf returning to its roots, or a wild goose returning to its nest, or a small boat returning to port. "I have to go out and take a look. It's too far away. I can't see clearly." Mr. Fu was old, and his eyesight was not as good as it used to be. 2 years ago, he had cataract surgery on his left eye, so he still had double vision when he saw people. He seemed to want to verify something. He impatiently grabbed Li Jinyan's arm and said in a slightly hurried tone, "Quick, get Xiao Lu to bring my glasses over. The sun is shining brightly outside. I have to take a good look. This girl, I've definitely seen her before. I've definitely seen her before." Before the glasses were brought over, Mr. Fu, who couldn't wait, stepped out of the door with his walking stick. Yi Jian's heart seemed to jump out of her throat in the next second. She didn't think much at all. When she saw the old man take a shaky step forward, there was an invisible force that suddenly pushed her forward. She, who didn't dare to move forward, suddenly rushed forward a few steps. Then she suddenly stopped and stood at the bottom of the stairs, motionlessly looking at the old man who was walking out. Li Jinyan was afraid that he would fall, so he supported him and said, "Slow down. Uncle Lou has brought your glasses. You should put them on first. The housekeeper who took care of the old man's daily life quickly took care of the old man. Li Jinyan did not ask him to wait on the old man. Instead, he asked him to return to the house first. He and Yi Qian would be enough. The old man, who had been observing Yi Qian's every move, put on his glasses. When he looked up, he could clearly see why the girl standing under the sun looked so familiar. This child, how could he not look familiar? How could he not be familiar with a child who looked like his daughter-in-law? Her facial features were similar to his daughter-in-law's, but her forehead was the same as Yuxing's. She looked like both his daughter-in-law and his son. How could he not be familiar with this child? Step by step, the old man walked closer and stopped at the top of the stairs. He waved at Yi Qian, who was only a few steps away, and said kindly, "Come, child. Let Grandpa take a good look at you." The old man, who had experienced many hardships, could tell something was amiss. As he spoke kindly, tears glistened in his eyes. There was no need to say too much or make any big movements. His weather-beaten eyes were filled with tears that had long since returned to their calm state. Chapter 22:31. The old man was tall and handsome when he was young. He was over 1.8 meters tall and attracted attention wherever he went in the south. Even after he studied in the west, his tall and handsome physique and scholarly temperament did not diminish his attractiveness. Now that he was old, his figure was no longer tall, but the old man's temperament had accumulated decades of ups and downs. Even though his face was wrinkled and had dark brown age spots, his calm temperament was far superior to the two young men beside him. Standing on the steps, he was like an ancient pine tree that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, but still stood tall and proud, respected by the world. With tears in her eyes, Yi Qian suppressed the palpitations in her heart and did not take a step closer to the old man. When she was in the car, she suspected that she might not be the old man's granddaughter. Then, when she saw the old man, a sense of familiarity that originated from her blood rushed into her heart and made her believe that Li Jinyan's uncle was her father, and the old scientist in front of her who had dedicated his life to the country was her grandfather. It was too difficult to take this step. It was as if her feet were rooted to the ground. She wanted to go over, but she was hesitant. The old man's legs are not very convenient. Little Fox, quickly go and help the old man back to his room. Xia Jinyuan walked to her side and reminded her in a low voice, "It's cold outside. Don't let the old man catch a cold." Yi Qian turned her head in a daze and whispered as if she was in a dream, "Captain Xia, I think I have a grandfather. I think I have a grandfather. I think I have a family." The moment Xia Jinyuan saw the old man, he was very sure that Yi Qian was indeed the old man's granddaughter. The two generations had a common temperament, a sense of righteousness that did not admit defeat and did not bow down. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting and her eyes were clear. At this moment, she looked like a lost child who could not find her home. It made Xia Jinyuan's heart ache. His little Fox, his lover, had always longed for a family. Therefore, she treated Uncle Chin and Uncle Jen as her loved ones. With them, she would have a home that belonged to her. Now, with old Master Fu, Little Fox would have another home from now on. Holding her hand, Xia Jinyuan said in a low and steady voice, "Follow your feelings. Don't be afraid. Don't be confused. Believe in your feelings." The old man did not rush him. From the moment he saw Yi Qian, his gaze had never left Yi Qian. He stood at the top of the stairs 9 steps away from Yi Qian. His gaze was kind and gentle as he quietly waited for Yi Qian to walk over. His legs were inconvenient and he could no longer walk. He could only wait for the child to walk over on his own. Even though he did not know the child's name or where he had come from, he knew in his heart that this child was a child of the Fu family. He was a child of the Fu family. With just one look, he knew that this child was a child of the Fu family. "Don't stand on ceremony. Come over here and let Grandpa have a good look at you," the old man said kindly. Don't worry, don't worry. His good grandson had found his granddaughter. Don't worry, don't worry. He just stood here and waited for her to come home. His good grandson. Found his granddaughter. That's great, that's great. There was no sense of unfamiliarity or alienation. He stood there and made Yi Qian feel as if she had grown up by the old man's side. Every time she went on a long trip, the old man would use his walking stick to send her off. Every time she came home, he would use his walking stick to stand at the top of the stairs and wait for her to come home. Chapter 22:32. This was blood, this was family. No matter how long they had been separated, they would always feel a sense of familiarity with each other. The road was long and lonely. As the wanderer returned home, her tears were stained with tears. Yi Qian did not know why she was crying again. When she realized that she was crying, her face was already mottled with tears. She lifted her foot and took the first step, the second step. She stood on the 9th step and looked up at the old man who was waiting for her. She saw the tears in the old man's eyes and also saw the excitement under his kind smile. She walked up the step by step. The old man, who looked calm on the surface, did not wait for Yi Qian to reach him. He had already reached out his trembling hand until Yi Qian took the initiative to stand under his outstretched hand. He gently stroked Yi Qian's head and sighed. "Child, you're finally home." There was no need to verify anything. The blood that could never be severed had already told the old man that the child he was so familiar with was a child of the Fu family. Yi Qian, whose tears were streaming down her face, looked up at the tear-stained old man. After a while, she said softly, "It's cold outside. Let me help you into the house." Her words were short, but they were trembling. Okay. Let's talk inside. Let's talk inside." The white-haired old man repeated repeatedly as Yi Qian helped him into the house. Li Jinian saw that Yi Qian was supporting his grandfather steadily, so he discreetly let go of his hand and allowed Yi Qian to help him into the house. He walked with Xia Jinyuan behind them. "Yi Qian is indeed my uncle's daughter. I'm sure of it." The old man and the young girl walked slowly in front of him. Li Jinian's deep and gentle gaze was fixed on them. He said to Xia Jinyuan in a low voice, "My grandfather won't be wrong either. He has already decided that Yi Qian is his granddaughter, his only granddaughter." As far as he could remember, his grandfather had never shed tears in public. Even when his grandmother passed away and his mother passed away, his grandfather would only show his face after crying behind his back. He had never bowed down to fate and used his strong will to overcome difficulties time and time again. And Yi Qian's return made him cry tears of joy. Even though he was trying his best to hold back his tears, his eyes still glistened with tears. Xia Jinyuan was also happy for Yi Qian. Judging from the old man's reaction, he had already determined that Yi Jian was his granddaughter. The bloodline was indeed magical. Even though it was the first time they met, he also felt that Yi Jian was the old man's granddaughter. "I also believe in my intuition. However, old Mr's identity is special, so it's better to be cautious. The DNA test is indispensable." Looking at Yi Jian's back, Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "There are still many things that need to be sorted out. Let's go in first." Li Jinian nodded. "You know more about Yi Jian's past than I do. It just so happens that I have a lot of questions to ask. But..." He paused for a few seconds before continuing, "We have to avoid my grandfather. I'm worried that he won't be able to accept it." He was referring to the difficult life Yi Qian had led in the past. Xia Jinyuan nodded in understanding. What kind of life little fox led in the past? He couldn't say it in front of the old man. He definitely wouldn't be able to accept it. Later, the old man will definitely ask about Yi Qian's past. With Yi Qian's kindness, she won't complain. She'll only say things that will make the old man feel better. But with the old man's wisdom, he'll definitely be able to tell that Yi Qian is coaxing him. Does the old man have any heart problems? If so, it's best to prepare the medicine first. Xia Jinyuan arranged everything carefully. Chapter 22:33. The old man's heart was fine, but his blood pressure was unstable, and there was a blood clot in his brain. Li Jinian paid close attention to him the entire time, afraid that his grandfather would be too agitated and cause problems. The heater was turned on, and it was warm and comfortable to walk in. The old man was supported by Yi Qian into the living room. He introduced the furniture in the living room in a hoarse voice. This place was renovated according to my wishes by the state. There isn't a single nail in the furniture, and it's all made of mortise and tenon construction. Look at the wooden sofa. It's all handmade by an old carpenter. It's sturdy, durable, and much better than those leather sofas or fabric sofas outside. Do you see the curtains? They're made of cotton and linen. They weren't dyed with chemical dyes, but with ancient plants. There were so many things he wanted to say and ask, so much so that the old man didn't know where to start. He was so touched that he couldn't say a single word. He could only talk about the environment he was living in now. It could be seen that the state had meticulously arranged the old man's life in his later years. His food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all arranged according to the old man's wishes. From the large furniture to the small daily necessities, everything was arranged according to the old man's habits. The old man was born in a wealthy family. He was a rich young master who had maids and manservants to serve him. Before the age of 28, his life was exquisite. His food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all top-notch. Although he fell on hard times later on, the old man never gave up on life. He could live his life to his liking with just a bouquet of wild flowers, a wooden chair, a green bowl, and a pot of water. It was because the old man and the old madam were open-minded and never lost interest in life that they were able to survive one crisis after another. Even though he was old and retired, the old man still maintained his youthful attitude towards life. Yi Qian admired him. Everything in the house is what this old man likes. Later, I'll have Jinyan go out with you and buy some things that you girls like. Jinyan is your aunt's son. He's older than you, and he's your older brother. If you need anything in the future, you can look for him. The old man spoke very slowly, but he didn't stop for a moment. He wanted to chat with Yi Qian and get closer to Yi Qian. He wanted to make Yi Qian accept him as a grandfather who had never cared about her and didn't even know about her existence. He also kept holding Yi Qian's hand, as if he was afraid that he would lose it if he let go. Even when he was sitting on the sofa, he still held onto it tightly. Every time he spoke, he couldn't help but look at Yi Qian. He looked at him carefully, as if he was afraid that if he said too much, Yi Qian would get angry and leave. Yi Qian saw how careful the old man was. His nose was stuffed. Please take a rest first. I will accompany you. Holding the old man's skinny hands, Yi Qian said softly, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay here with you. The old man's shoulders trembled. His eyes, which were filled with wisdom and calmness, were filled with tears. He gripped Yi Qian's hand tightly. His chest heaved violently. Tell Grandpa your name, and how old are you this year? Which military school are you studying at now? How have you been all these years? Have you suffered a lot? Tell Grandpa all about it. Grandpa wants to know. The old man's voice was choked with emotion. Li Jinyan's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, Please speak slowly. Yi Qian is here with you. Don't be so agitated. He then said to Yi Qian, Grandpa has a blood clot in his brain. He shouldn't be too agitated. Chapter 22:34. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan took the warm water from the housekeeper and handed it to Li Jinyan. Let old master drink some water and calm himself down before we talk. Don't worry, I won't go anywhere today. I'll be with you the whole time. Yi Qian was scared. He had a blood clot in his brain which was called a cerebral thrombosis. With this disease, he should not be agitated and unstable. She hurriedly said something to reassure old Master Fu. Drink some water first. You can ask slowly and I'll tell you slowly. For a long time, the Fu family had only been looking for martyr son Xueqing, but they didn't know that martyr son Xueqing had given birth to a daughter for Fu Yuxing. Now that Yi Qian, who resembled martyr son Xueqing, had suddenly appeared, old Master Fu, who had always been calm, was greatly agitated. Yi Qian waited for old Master Fu to calm down before replying softly. My name is Yi Qian. I'm 20 years old today. I'm a first-year commander student at the National University of Science and Technology. You can see that I'm doing well and haven't suffered much. I also know that you've been looking for my mother and have never given up. Thank you for always thinking of us. Thank you, Yi Qian said softly with sincere eyes, trying to make Old Master Fu feel better. Old Master Fu didn't believe her. With tears streaming down his face, he held his granddaughter's hand tightly. His voice was as heavy as a rock. How could you not have suffered? How could you not have suffered? Your mother was pregnant with you. In that era, it was a big deal to get pregnant out of wedlock. People would point fingers at you, but she was still able to give birth to you. Grandpa was late. Grandpa let you and your mother suffer. The Fu family has mistreated you and your mother. Old Master Fu blamed himself. In his life, he didn't let God down, he didn't let the earth down, and he didn't let the country down. The only thing that made him uneasy was his son's fiancée. An innocent girl and his son were about to get a marriage certificate, but his son was suddenly called back for a year of confinement. The family didn't receive any news, and by the time they found out, things had changed. Who would have thought that her daughter-in-law would actually be pregnant? In that era, having a child out of wedlock would cause one to be criticized and scolded by thousands of people. In that era, her daughter-in-law still managed to give birth to a child. It was clear how strong she was. This child was like her mother. She was young, but her gaze was firm and unyielding. Her back was even straighter, and she had the arrogance to compete with the wind and snow. This kind of arrogance was not something an ordinary person could possess. Only those who had suffered countless hardships, endured countless hardships, bravely faced them again and again, and defeated them again and again. In order to make him feel better, his granddaughter was comforting him. Yi Qian was also very sad, but more than that, she felt relieved. With tears in her eyes, she kept comforting the old man who was deeply immersed in self-blame. Don't blame yourself. You've already tried your best to find my mother. It's just that my mother's name isn't Hong Mei. It's normal that you couldn't find her. Faced with the old man who was so deeply remorseful that his hands were trembling, Yi Qian didn't dare to mention that her mother had already sacrificed herself. She quickly changed the topic and talked about herself. I'm also doing very well. I'm really doing very well. I got into the school I like, and I'm doing very well. Don't be too sad. How could he not be sad? His only granddaughter had been exposed to the outside world, and the Fu family didn't know anything about it. She had suffered so much and suffered so much. How could this old man not be sad? Chapter 22:35. Now that his only granddaughter was back, Old Master Fu was more happy than sad. Good girl, this is the Fu family's good girl. Even though life was tough when you were young, who didn't suffer at that time? Everyone was the same, so we didn't think it was tough. Also, compared to the life you had before, we didn't suffer at all. Don't cry anymore, it'll hurt your eyes if you cry too much. Indeed, Yi Jian only said nice things. She made light of the hardships she had suffered in Yi Zhifan's house when she was young, which made the old man, who was as clear as a mirror, feel even more distressed. Old Master Fu, who had lost control of his emotions, looked at Yi Qian without blinking. Hearing her comforting words, not only did he not feel comfortable, but he felt even more sad. How could the Fu family be so blind? How could they let such a sensible child be pregnant? Fu Yuxing, you're such a bastard. How could you not realize that your fiancée is pregnant? Old Master Fu, who felt guilty, became angry again, which made Li Jinyan, who was standing next to him, so worried that he secretly clenched his fists. Especially when he saw Old Master Fu turn away, tears streaming down his face. His eyes were red. Li Jinyan gently stroked Old Master Fu's back from behind. You should rest for a while. If you cry, Yi Qian will cry too. Facing Old Master Fu, who was sad and blaming himself, Old Master Fu's stooped figure made Yi Qian feel so sad that she felt uneasy. Clenching Old Master Fu's skinny hands that had never let go of her for a second, Yi Qian said softly, Grandpa, let's not cry anymore. He had thought that it would be difficult to say the words Grandpa, but when he actually said it, he realized that it was actually very simple. Before Old Master Fu could react, Yi Qian said again, Grandpa, if you continue to cry, I won't dare to talk to you anymore. The too heartfelt grandpa finally made the old man come back to his senses. He was too shocked and too excited. The two grandpa finally broke the last bit of distance between the grandfather and grandson. There was no longer any sense of unfamiliarity. Good, good, good. Countless goods came out of the old man's mouth. Grandpa. This child called him Grandpa. How could this child's heart be so pure and kind? How could he forgive this rotten old man so easily? Good child, don't be afraid that Grandpa will be sad. Grandpa knows that you're just trying to coax me and make me feel better. Grandpa can't take back all the pain you've suffered in the past. But in the future, Grandpa won't let you suffer alone anymore. If there's anything, let's face it together. Also, wait for your father to come back and make him apologize to you properly. It was all his fault back then, but you, a child, had to suffer. No, he still has to apologize to your mother. As a man, he didn't protect his wife and daughter well. He deserves to be beaten. He deserves to be scolded. 20 years. It's been 20 years since Grandpa found out about your existence. Child, if there's anything you're unhappy about, tell Grandpa. This is what Grandpa deserves. I'm really not unhappy about anything. Please don't think too much about it. What happened back then? Yi Qian looked at Li Jinyan, who was worried about the old man's health. She wondered if she should call him brother. So be it. The Devil King was her brother after all. Li Jinyan, who had been listening by the side, saw that she didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at him. He seemed to have guessed something and smiled. He waited for Yi Qian to speak again. Chapter 22:36. Yi Qian's gaze swept across his face, but she did not call him brother immediately. The Devil King was her team leader during her training. She had been scolded, yelled at, and scolded by him. The cold image of the Devil King had long been engraved in her mind. Suddenly calling him brother made her feel indescribably awkward. The old master, who was immersed in grief, noticed Yi Qian's slight pause. The clear-minded old man understood everything, but he could not say it. He could not force his granddaughter, who had only returned home after 20 years, to acknowledge him as her father. He could not and did not dare to. Today, she had already given him a huge surprise by calling him Grandpa. Now, he needed time to adjust their relationship. Good child. The Fu family was not kind enough to let your mother suffer. It was all our fault. All our fault. The old master did not want his granddaughter, who had finally returned home, to feel sad. With a solemn expression on his deeply wrinkled face, he said to Yi Qian, "A mistake is a mistake. No matter how much time has passed, this mistake must be acknowledged. Although the past was in the past, the damage left behind would not disappear because of it. Mistakes must be corrected, and they must be corrected properly." Yi Qian gently shook his head and comforted the old man. "I know what happened back then. Grandpa, you were not wrong. My mother was not wrong either. And my father was not wrong either. None of you were wrong. The mistake was that the timing was not right. The mistake was that fate made a fool of us. Don't worry, I really don't have any resentment. In the past, to be honest, I did hate, but now I don't. I know that you have always been looking for my mother. I know that my grandmother and aunt still miss my mother when they passed away. I also know that my father did not remarry because of my mother. What else do I have to hate? No, really no. It's not that you don't want my mother and me. It's just that we missed each other. I don't hate. I only feel happy now. I never thought that I would have a grandfather, a father, and a family whose blood is thicker than water. I really never thought. But now I have them all. I really don't have any hatred, no resentment, only happiness. Grandpa, I am happy, very, very happy." As Yi Qian spoke, the tears that he had tried so hard to stop started flowing again. 2 lifetimes. She had used 2 lifetimes to have a close relative whose blood was thicker than water. Only then did she have a family that she truly loved. This time, the tears that flowed down her face were no longer filled with sadness. Instead, they were filled with genuine joy. She was really, really happy. When she cried, the old man could not control the grief in his heart. His wise eyes, which had seen the world through hardships, were filled with tears. He held Yi Qian's hand tightly and said in a trembling voice, "Good child, good child. Grandpa thanks you. Grandpa thanks you." She was kind and righteous. It was all thanks to her mother's good upbringing that he was able to meet his only granddaughter. In the future, when he was in the underworld, he could happily tell the old woman that she had a good granddaughter, a very, very good granddaughter. The old man and the young woman started crying again. They could not stop crying at all. Li Jinyan gave Xia Jinyuan a look, indicating for him to comfort Yi Qian. He then advised the old man, "Grandpa, if you continue crying, I will have to call the doctor." On the other side, Xia Jinyuan gently comforted Yi Qian. "The old man's health is not good. Your crying will make him even sadder. Little fox, today is a good day. Let's not cry so much. We should smile more." Chapter 22:37. He was also afraid that Yi Qian would keep crying. Crying too much was not a good thing. It was bad for both the body and the mind. Xia Jinyuan, who felt sorry for his lover, said in a softer voice, "Just now, the devil was eagerly waiting for you to call him brother. In the end, he didn't hear you call him brother. Instead, he saw you crying with the old man. That won't do. Crying too much is bad for the body. It's fine if you're young, but not the old man. Now that you have a grandfather and a family, I think you also wish for your grandfather to live a long life." The last sentence was the most effective. Stopped Yi Qian from crying. Yi Qian, who was crying so much that her breathing became unstable, was comforted by Xia Jinyuan. The urge to cry in her heart gradually subsided. When she finally stopped crying, Yi Qian had a helpless look on her face. Today she had cried a little too much. She had gone overboard. She cried for no reason and couldn't control herself at all. Her tears flowed like a waterfall. She had clearly cried all her grievances away, so why did she start crying again just now? She was like a child. Xia Jinyuan reached out to wipe away the tears on her face. Seeing that she was crying so hard that her eyes resembled a rabbit's and her breathing was uneven, Xia Jinyuan, who was comforting her, patted her back with heartache. He picked up a cup of warm water from the coffee table and said, "Drink some water before you talk to the old man. Also, look at Li Jinyan. He's waiting for you to call him brother. In the army, he's the devil and the leader of the soldiers, but at home, he's just your family. He's your brother. What's so difficult about it? Let me say it. It's not a loss for you to call him brother. In the future, you'll have another family member who will protect you and love you dearly. Isn't that a good thing?" The old man, who had been comforting Yi Qian, used his handkerchief to wipe the corners of his eyes. When he heard this young man, who he didn't know, speak like this, he couldn't help but take a second look at him. The young man had been quietly accompanying them and had not paid attention to what he was saying since he entered the room. Now that he had opened his mouth, he was speaking up for the Fu family. Looking at his granddaughter, she was also willing to listen to his advice. It was obvious that their relationship was not ordinary. The old man looked at Xia Jinyuan gratefully. Although he did not say anything, it was enough to make Xia Jinyuan happy. It meant that he had left a good first impression on the old man. Since Xia Jinyuan valued Yi Qian, he naturally valued Yi Qian's family as well. Li Jinyan, who had persuaded the old man, had mixed feelings. The word brother was also quite unfamiliar to him. Although he was the eldest grandson of the Li family and had several younger brothers and sisters, they had been estranged from each other since childhood and did not have many deep feelings for each other. He did not expect his stepmother's son and daughter to be close to him. He only hoped that they would not harm him. As for calling him brother, he did not expect them to be close to him. The children of the Li family were born with the cold blood of the Li family. Today, old man Li was able to control all of the family business in his hands. His hands were stained with the lives of his brothers. In old man Li's words, the children of his wife were not considered part of the Li family, but they could be the dogs of the Li family for the rest of their lives. The Li family was a warlord. His great-grandfather married a total of 12 concubines. Except for old man Li, who was born to the first wife, the other 16 children were born to the 12 concubines. However, in the end, only the first wife, who was his great-grandmother, survived. Survival of the fittest was the Li family's ancestral teaching. Whoever survived was qualified to be the next heir of the Li family. Today, Old Man Li survived by stepping on the bones of his family. Chapter 22:38. Li Jinyan's lips twitched coldly. He had never thought of finding kinship in the Li family. The Li family did not give him a sense of kinship, but the Fu family had made him feel warm since he was young. The Li family did not give him a sense of belonging, so the Fu family, which had few members, was his home. Now that the family was reunited, as an older brother, he finally had a younger sister. He was just waiting for her to speak. Older brother. Just thinking about hearing Yi Qian call out to him in a soft voice, Li Jinyan's cold expression softened. There was even a flicker of light in his cold eyes. The devil, who was usually calm and composed, was a little excited. He would work hard to be Yi Qian's good older brother. He would make her trust him wholeheartedly in the future. He would support her and shelter her from the wind and rain. He would give her the best of everything. Being an older brother was a kind of responsibility. He would work hard to fulfill this responsibility to the fullest. Li Jinyan, who was waiting for Yi Qian to call him older brother, couldn't help but sit up straighter. His heart was beating faster and faster, and he was a little nervous. His gaze was dark as he waited for Yi Qian to speak. Old Master Fu's emotions had calmed down. Seeing Yi Qian looking behind him, Old Master Fu gently patted the back of Yi Qian's hand and said amiably, "Child, you and your older brother must be well in the future. Only when you are well will I be able to rest assured. He is your older brother, your dearest older brother." Yes, the devil was her older brother. He would be her dearest older brother. She could call him that openly. Just as Captain Xia had said, he was the devil, the leader of the soldiers in the army. But at home, he was only her family. He was her older brother. Why couldn't she say it? Since Grandpa had already spoken, how could she go against his wishes and disappoint him? The atmosphere was tense enough, so it was better to talk about something more relaxing. Thinking of this, Yi Qian, whose eyes were red, looked at Li Jinyan with a smile. Under the old man's expectant gaze, her dimples bloomed like a flower. She said sweetly, "Brother, please take care of me in the future." The sweet, big brother not only made the old man happy, but it also made the calm Li Jinyan's heart tremble. It was as if he could hear the sound of flowers blooming in his ears. Why did I feel a sense of familiarity when I first saw Yi Qian? Because blood is thicker than water. Why was it that when he saw Yi Qian, he only wanted to get close to her and look at her? Because she was his sister, his only sister. With me here, no one can bully you, including him. The Demon King of Sister Spoiling was officially on the job, and he quickly made a list of all the rules that an older brother should protect his younger sister. After saying that, his cold gaze swept towards Xia Jinyuan. Then he couldn't help but smile. "If he dares to do anything to you, I'll teach him a lesson." Yi Qian was instantly amused. She laughed out loud. She looked at Captain Xia, who was sitting upright and still. Then, she looked at Li Jinyan and said in a crisp voice, "Then I'll have to trouble you in the future, brother." "There's no trouble. It's what I should do." Li Jinyan, who was answering seriously, glanced at Xia Jinyuan. When he retracted his gaze, a cold light flashed in his dark eyes. The first thing he had to do was to discuss with him not to hug his sister all the time. The smile on Yi Qian's face deepened. It felt good to have a brother protecting her. Chapter 22:39. Ever since she was young, she had always envied the children in the village who had older siblings. Every time they were bullied by other children, the first ones to stand up for them would not be their parents, but their older siblings. They would protect their younger siblings like a mother hen protecting her chicks. At that time, she was especially envious of them. Later on, when Yi Ying was bullied by other children, she still foolishly rushed up to protect her. In the end, when she returned to the Yi family, what she received was not praise, but a beating and scolding. Yi Ying complained to Sun Dongqing, saying that Sun Dongqing and the other children in the village bullied her and even helped the children hit her. Since then, Sun Dongxing had never done such a stupid thing as protecting Yi Ying as an older sister. However, in her heart, she still hoped that she would have an older brother or sister to protect her. She naively thought that one day, an older brother or sister would appear and block Sun Dongxing's scolding and beating for her. Her naive and silly childhood dream suddenly came true one day. The older brother who walked in front of her was a special forces soldier who could take on 10 people by himself. Yi Qian felt that by calling him older brother, she had actually taken advantage of him. Xia Jinyuan, who had received 2 consecutive glances, glanced at Li Jinyan, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. A brother-in-law was a creature that either ignored everything or was reasonable in everything. Just by looking at his expression, Xia Jinyuan knew that he was a brother-in-law who was reasonable in everything. With a brother-in-law who was reasonable in everything, his life would not be easy. It did not matter as long as Little Fox's life was good and she was happy. Moreover, Li Jinyan, this brother-in-law, was not at home all year round. When he returned to the capital, Little Fox might not return. One was in the navy and the other was in the army. They would not be able to see each other often. Even if his brother-in-law was reasonable in everything, they would only see each other for a few days. As for Xia Jinyuan, he would just have to bear with it. With that thought, Xia Jinyuan immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He did not disturb the old man's family reunion and continued to sit quietly by the side. His eyes were filled with encouragement as he gently gazed at Yi Qian. The old man also noticed that something was amiss. His originally kind gaze instantly turned sharp as it fell on the young man, whom he had only briefly glanced at earlier. He was a major and had good looks. His facial features were well defined. His eyes were not bad either. He had military might and righteousness. His height was about the same as his grandson's. He was tall and straight. Judging from his appearance, he was a good young man. Seeing that the old man was sizing him up, Xia Jinyuan, who had been sitting upright, smiled politely at the old man and gracefully allowed the old man to look at him. This time, it was as if he was accompanying the little fox back to her parents' home, while he himself was visiting the Yu clan. The only mistake he made was that he did not bring any gifts to visit them. The old man liked young people who were bright, intelligent, and as bright as the moon. Seeing Xia Jinyuan's neither servile nor overbearing attitude, he couldn't help but secretly nod his head. The oppressive and sorrowful atmosphere instantly relaxed when Yi Qian called him brother. The old man, who blamed himself for not knowing that he had a granddaughter for more than 20 years, placed Li Jinyan's hand on top of Yi Qian's and said earnestly, "The two of you are very close. As an older brother, you should know how to give in to each other and protect your younger sister. As a younger sister, you should know how to be considerate of your older brother and take care of him more. One of you is from the Navy while the other is from the Army. It's not easy for you to meet each other. If you have time, write to each other more often and get to know each other. Okay? What's the most important thing for a family? The most important thing is to think about each other, care for each other, and not drift apart. Once you drift apart, your feelings will fade. When you want to find each other again, no matter how hard you try, there will always be a ravine in the end." Chapter 2240. The fact that Old Master Fu was able to overcome adversity time and time again had a lot to do with his open-minded personality. And now, the world-renowned Old Master was using his lifetime of experience to teach Yi Qian and the others how to behave and how to face adversity with composure. As the topic revolved around Yi Qian, the mood gradually changed from heavy to light. 2 hours later, the emotional old master was a little tired. The attentive Yi Qian gently held the old man's arm and said, "Grandpa, I'll accompany you back to your room to rest for a while. When you wake up, I'll chat with you again." Okay. You don't have to accompany me. Chat with your brother." After receiving his granddaughter's concern, the old man felt particularly comfortable. Even his dispirited spirit was swept away. "Later, you can tell Grandpa about your childhood and your mother. Later, you can write a letter to your father and let him know that he will be happy." Yi Qian nodded obediently and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Please get up slowly. Don't get up too quickly." With her taking care of old Master Fu, Li Jinyan did not have to interfere. Seeing Yi Qian carefully and steadily supporting old Master Fu back to his room, he said to Xia Jinyuan, "My sister will definitely stay here when she comes back. As for your side, Grandpa will never agree to let her stay there." Xia Jinyuan had already expected this. Hearing this, he calmly replied, "That's normal. Of course, she has to accompany her grandfather. When the time comes, I'll accompany her to visit Grandpa. Before our relationship is fully disclosed, Captain Xia, it's more appropriate for you to address my grandfather as Old Master." As her brother, Li Jinyan began to openly protect and pamper his sister. "My sister is still young. In the past, it was all thanks to your help. Our entire family is very grateful to you. But since she's back as her brother, I naturally have to share some of her burdens and solve some of her problems. Before your relationship with my sister is fully disclosed, it's better not to worry too much. Otherwise, if word gets out, she'll be affected. After all, she's still a military school student." There was a written rule that military school students were prohibited from dating. Once discovered, they would be severely punished. Xia Jinyuan felt depressed when he heard her say, "Before our relationship is made public?" Of course, he knew that military school students were not allowed to date, so his current identity was still that of a secret boyfriend. Only a few brothers in his team knew about it. He had guessed correctly. Demon King Li treated Yi Qian like an elder brother who would take care of everything. In the future, as long as he felt that he had wronged Yi Qian, he would definitely step forward to teach him a lesson. It was a good thing that Yi Qian had a brother to pamper him, but it was not a good thing that he had a brother-in-law to control him. What I'm saying now doesn't have much weight in front of you. After all, you've helped Yi Qian too much. You've far surpassed me, your brother, that you've just acknowledged. But now that you've become my sister's boyfriend, as her brother, it's inevitable that I have to be more lenient. I don't want my sister to suffer any grievances, and I don't want to see you hugging my sister in front of me." Li Jinyan, who always pampered his sister, had a serious expression on his face. His voice was so cold that it was almost chilly. "She's an unmarried woman. You have to be careful of your image." At this moment, Xia Jinyuan's understanding of the Demon King had been completely overturned. The Demon King he knew was cold and taciturn. If he had something to say, he would say it in 5 words. If he could express it with his eyes, he would never say it out loud. Chapter 2241. However, the devil in front of him was nagging endlessly. He was no longer as cold and taciturn as he usually was. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Xia Jinyuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. His identity had changed, but his personality had also changed. However, he was indeed very concerned about Little Fox, which was why he spoke so sincerely to him. Therefore, he did not dislike it. Li Jinyan was naturally very satisfied with Xia Jinyuan. The two of them had known each other for almost 7 years. From the beginning of the basic military training, to later when they became rivals, and then when they were assigned to different posts, they had always kept in touch. Could be said that they were both friends and rivals. Now, based on Xia Jinyuan's love and care for his sister, and the fact that he might become his brother-in-law, there were some things that he had to say, even if it made him uncomfortable. "Although I don't know how much my sister has suffered in the past, she has a maturity that does not match her age. I also know that she has lived a hard life in the past. Xia Jinyuan, I am very grateful for your care for my sister. I will remember it for the rest of my life and will never forget it. However, I still have to say a few words that I don't like. This is my position as her brother, so I have to say them. Although you and my sister are in a relationship and you know what to do, as her brother, I don't want her to be hurt because of a relationship. I did not participate in her life in the past, but I will definitely participate in her life in the future. Of course, you don't have to worry about what I will do. I will only appear when you bully my sister." His sister was his closest relative, and she was the apple of the Fu family's eye. How could he allow others to bully her? Xia Jinyuan listened carefully with a serious expression. He nodded and said, "Little Fox must have suffered a lot more than you can imagine. When I first saw her, she was thin and weak like a monkey. Later, I found out that she grew up being beaten and scolded. My heart ached for her situation, and I couldn't help but pay more attention to her life. Growing up with beatings and scoldings, Li Jinyan's heart was deeply pierced by these words. His sister lived a hard life without parents. She was beaten, scolded, and insulted by others. However, as her closest relatives, they didn't know anything about it. He said in a low voice, "These people don't even think about escaping. If he didn't take care of them one by one, he wouldn't be worthy of being Yi Qian's brother." With a cold look in his eyes, he asked Xia Jinyuan, "Who bullied my sister? Please tell me one by one." "Fortunately, there aren't many of them. One of them is already dead, and there's also Yi Jifan's family of 3. They aren't much of a threat anymore, and we're almost done with them. The only one left is Yi Jifan, who can't be taken down yet." At the mention of Yi Jifan, Xia Jinyuan's face darkened. Even the Commission for Discipline Inspection could not find out anything about him. It was obvious how difficult it was to deal with him. Li Jinyan pursed his lips. A person who couldn't be taken down yet meant that he was difficult to deal with. His cold face darkened as he glanced in the direction of the bedroom. He lowered his voice and said, "Back then, my uncle was suddenly recalled for an inspection and was grounded for a year. After that, my aunt left the army and went missing. Grandfather tried to find out more, but he couldn't find anything. Even if Hong Mei isn't my aunt's real name, as long as the army is real, it's impossible that there wouldn't be any clues. Moreover, after my aunt died, it's impossible that the army didn't know anything about her. Grandfather tried to find her many times, but to no avail. I suspect that someone is secretly preventing grandfather from finding my aunt." Chapter 2242. Xia Jinyuan was amazed by Li Jinyan's keen senses. He was quite impressive to be able to detect the abnormality from this point alone. Since he was Yi Qian's brother, and now he kept calling her my sister, then there was no need to hide the investigation from him. "You guessed right. Someone is indeed behind this." Before Xia Jinyuan could finish his sentence, Li Jinyan, who was sitting opposite him, glared at him fiercely. Xia Jinyuan, who was unaffected, said slowly with a calm expression, "After martyr son Xueqing sacrificed herself, all information about her was erased. Moreover, there are many problems with her sacrifice. It is very likely that she was secretly killed by her own people. Now, the Military Commission and the Military Department have secretly set up an investigation team to fully investigate martyr son Xueqing's sacrifice. The reason why I stopped you from investigating Yi Qian yesterday was because of this. I didn't want you to suddenly interfere and disrupt the Military Commission's investigation. There is also a very important person, Yi Jifan, whom I mentioned just now. This person is very cunning. After martyr son Xueqing's sacrifice, he rose from a small village official to the current chief of the Southern Province Construction Bureau. He has a very powerful force supporting him. Yi Qian and I suspect that this force is very likely related to martyr son Xueqing's death. In the Yi family, Yi Qian has an aunt. Her husband, Sun Yaozu, was an old acquaintance of martyr son Xueqing. Before martyr son Xueqing sacrificed herself, someone gave her a sum of money and deliberately misled martyr son Xueqing, who was on a mission. Martyr son Xueqing realized that something was wrong. Before she was killed, she took a dagger in her hand and prepared to kill Sun Yaozu. At that moment, a person wearing the same combat uniform shot her. Before she fell, martyr son Xueqing only had time to blind one of Sun Yaozu's eyes. Before Yi Qian walked out of the bedroom, Xia Jinyuan told him everything that he already knew. When she walked out, she saw Li Jinyan's back stiffened, and he exuded a cold aura that warned people not to come near him. Hearing her footsteps, he turned around. His cold black eyes were actually faintly red as he stared deeply at her. His eyes seemed to contain 1,000 words that he couldn't say. "Come and sit," he said. Xia Jinyuan said, "I told your brother some things. He is very angry now, really angry. So it was because of her." Yi Qian felt a warmth in his heart as he walked over. "Brother, don't be angry. I just want to find the truth now, so I'm not that angry anymore." The Central Military Commission told me very clearly that this matter involves a lot of things, and it's not something that can be solved in a few days. The implications are too deep, and we need to take it one step at a time. As long as the Military Commission doesn't give up, I've waited for so many years. I'm not afraid to wait another year or so. The more sensible and understanding she was, the more Li Jinyan's heart felt stifled. When he spoke, his usually cold voice was extremely hoarse. Leave these things to me. Focus on your studies. Don't be too depressed. Who did this to Auntie? Who is the mastermind behind Yi Jifan? Leave it all to me. Just focus on being the eldest daughter of the Fu family. Don't worry. I'm here to take care of everything. Having a brother was a wonderful feeling. He was supporting her, sheltering her from the wind and rain, and guarding her home. Faced with such a doting brother-in-law, Xia Jinyuan was a little jealous. He wanted to sit down and hold her hand, but when he thought of his brother-in-law who was still fresh out of the oven, Xia Jinyuan controlled himself. Chapter 22:43. He could resist the urge to hold her hand, but he couldn't resist the urge to speak. Hence, a jealous Xia Jinyuan said in a deep voice, "That's what I said too. Don't shoulder everything by yourself. Leave it to us men." With that, he raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. "Little fox, you have me and your brother in the future. You can't hide anything from us and face difficulties alone." He's right. Your problems are my problems. I won't allow you to hide anything from me. Li Jinyan agreed. He looked sternly at Yi Qian, who was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the room, and said seriously, "I'll be a very competent brother. I'll protect you in the future. I won't let you suffer any grievances, and I won't let you be bullied." His gaze shifted from Yi Qian's face to Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting opposite him. He looked directly at him with his cold eyes, including him. "I can't bear to let my lover suffer any grievances. If one day, as a brother, I let my little sister suffer any grievances, I'm afraid I'll have to offend the Devil King." Xia Jinyuan immediately replied and rudely retorted, "You have a great chance of offending me." Li Jinyan replied rudely. His voice was even colder than before. "My little sister chose you. I don't object. But if you dare to betray her, Xia Jinyuan, don't even think about living a good life." He used to think that Xia Jinyuan was a good soldier, but that was as a comrade. But now, as an older brother, he was much more picky. He used to think that Xia Jinyuan was worthy of Yi Qian, but now he had to observe him carefully. Li Jinyan's gaze turned even colder at the thought of handing over his only sister to Xia Jinyuan. He couldn't let Xia Jinyuan marry his little sister so easily. He had to observe him carefully. But in the end, he still had to see what his little sister wanted. He respected all her wishes. "Don't worry. I'll depend on my little fox for the rest of my life. She's the only one who doesn't want me." He had set his mind on the little fox and hoped that the two of them could get married soon and give birth to a few little radishes. Oh, a few little radishes didn't work. They had to give birth to a little radish. They could only give birth to a little radish. Since he had already thought of giving birth to a little radish, how could he let the little fox down? That was impossible. Xia Jinyuan had always been confident in himself. He only wanted to hide the lover he had chased after for so many years at home. No one was allowed to see her. How could he let her down? This was something that would never happen even in several lifetimes. Yi Qian finally understood why there was so much tension between the two men. It was undeniable that it felt good to be the center of attention. She had a brother who doted on her, a grandfather who doted on her, a lover who loved her, and a father who still didn't know of her existence. The hardships of her previous life had been exchanged for a reunion in this life. It was worth it. It was really worth it. She pursed her lips and smiled. "If either of you bullies me, I'll tell Grandpa. I'll ask him to come out and teach the two of you a lesson." Gu Panliu's eyes were bright and spirited. Her beautiful face glowed with the most beautiful colors. "If Captain Xia bullies me, I can also tell the Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief told me personally that if you dare to bully me, he'll whip you." "How would I dare to bully you?" Old man Xia treats you like his own daughter and treats me like an adopted son. Xia Jinyuan saw her bright smile and her eyes were as bright as stars. There wasn't a trace of gloominess in them. The smile on his handsome face became even gentler.